The last thing I remembered was Observer's cruel ultimatum, then a terrifying void. I woke up violently, not as a ghost, but in an unfamiliar woman's body. Panic clawed at me. This was not Mark, nor my own living form. My head throbbed, and the air was thick with dust and chemicals. I found myself in a windowless room, dimly lit and filled with dozens of silent, staring mannequins. My blood ran cold when I recognized familiar garments, Mark's clothes on one, Sarah's yellow sundress on another, and Chloe's charm bracelet on a third. This was Observer's Twisted Museum, a horrifying collection of his victims' identities. The horror intensified as the mannequins began to move, subtly at first, then overtly. I heard faint, agonizing whispers help me from them, realizing the souls of his victims were trapped within these plastic shells. Observer's cold voice confirmed this was a new torment, a consequence for my impossible choice. Then, I saw a small mannequin, wearing a shift like mine with a locket. My breath hitched, a gas that felt foreign in this new throat. The locket. It was a simple silver heart, tarnished with age, and it hung around the neck of a child-sized mannequin, perhaps 5 or 6 years old. The shift it wore was a pale, almost translucent white, a stark contrast to the dark, dusty room. There was something about the mannequin's posture, a slight tilt of its head, that felt wrong. It was not just pose that seemed to cower. A whisper, clearer than the others, drifted from it. "Mama, where are you?" My heart, or whatever was beating frantically in this borrowed chest, seized. Mama, was that my child? A child I never knew I had. The thought was a jarring, terrifying intrusion, a fresh wave of panic on top of the existing flood. I tried to move, tried to reach for the locket, but my limbs felt heavy, unfamiliar, like I was trying to pilot a body I had not been trained for. Each movement was a clumsy, uncoordinated effort, a testament to my lack of control. Such a touching reunion, would not you say? Observer's voice, a chilling whisper that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere, echoed through the room. It was a sound that scraped against my very soul, a sound I hated more than anything. A mother's love, even in this altered state. You chose to save them, did not you? All of them. And now, you get to experience the full weight of that choice. I tried to speak, to demand answers, but only a choked sob escaped. What is this? Who is this child? The small mannequin shifted again, just a fraction, but enough to make the locket swing gently. Its head tilted further, as if straining to hear me. The faint, ghostly whispers in the other mannequins intensified, a cacophony of pleas and laments that threatened to drive me to madness. Please help us, do not leave us. That, my dear, is a question you will answer yourself. Observer purred, his voice dripping with cruel amusement. Or rather, she will. You are merely a passenger, now, a witness to a life already lived, a fate already sealed. This body, this vessel you inhabit, has a name, it has a past, and it has certain obligations. A cold dread seeped into my bones, a sensation far more profound than mere physical fear. Obligations. What could that possibly mean? Her name, Observer continued, is Alara, and her life, much like yours, was a tapestry of choices, some made by her, some made for her. You desired a second chance, a way to protect those you cared for. Consider this your opportunity. You get to live one of those lives you so desperately wanted to save, to experience the consequences, the weight of a different existence. My vision blurred not from tears, but from a sudden, overwhelming surge of foreign memories. They were not mine, not truly, but they crashed into me with such force that I stumbled backward, my hand flying to my throbbing head. It was like a dam breaking, a torrent of images, sounds, and sensations that were not my own, yet felt intensely real. The first memory was a rush of adrenaline, a pounding heart, and the metallic tang of fear in my mouth. Ilera was crouched low, her breath ragged, in the shadow of a large, imposing house. It was not a mansion, but it was certainly well maintained, with a neat lawn and a welcoming porch light that seemed to mock the illicit activity about to unfold. The air was cool, crisp, smelling of damp earth and distant wood smoke. It was late, deep into the night, the kind of hour when the world felt like it was holding its breath. Ilera moved with practiced stealth, a silent shadow flitting across the perfectly manicured lawn. Her hands, which now felt like my hands, were steady as they worked at a side window. The lock was old, easily bypassed with a slim piece of metal she produced from her pocket. There was no triumphant click, just a soft, almost imperceptible sigh as the mechanism yielded. My stomach churned with a nauseating mixture of fear and trespass. This was not me. I would never break into someone's home. But the memory was so vivid, so visceral, that I felt the cold metal of the window frame against my fingertips, the slight resistance as it slid open. The scent of pine cleaner and old books wafted out, a domestic smell that felt utterly out of place in this moment of clandestine invasion. Ilera slipped inside, moving with an unnerving grace. The house was dark, utterly silent, save for the faint creaks and groans of an old structure settling. Moonlight, filtered through sheer curtains, painted pale stripes across the polished hardwood floors. Every shadow seemed to stretch and twist, becoming something menacing. She was not looking for valuables. There was no hurried rummaging, no tearing through drawers. Instead, she moved with methodical purpose, her eyes scanning shelves, opening cupboards, her movements precise and deliberate. She was not stealing, she was searching. My mind screamed in protest. What was she looking for? Why was she here? I felt the surge of illicit excitement, the thrill of danger, but also a deep-seated anxiety, a sense of profound wrongness that resonated with my own moral compass. I was a passenger in this act, forced to witness, forced to feel the guilt and the fear. She found in a study, behind a stack of old ledgers on a dusty bookshelf, a small wooden box, intricately carved with swirling patterns. Her fingers trembled slightly as she opened it. Inside, nestled on a faded velvet lining, was a single photograph. It was an old photograph, sepia-toned, showing a young man with kind eyes and a hesitant smile. He was standing in front of a house that looked strikingly familiar. My heart hammered against my ribs. It was this house, the house Ilera had just broken into. The memory ended as abruptly as it began, leaving me gasping for air in the dusty mannequin room. My hands flew to my face, clammy with sweat. The scent of pine cleaner still seemed to cling to my nostrils, even though I was back in the chemical-laden air of Observer's Museum. A rather intrusive introduction to Ilera's past. Would not you agree? Observer's voice was a chilling caress. That memory that was Ilera. And that house belongs to a man named Arthur Vance. A man you are about to become intimately acquainted with. My head snapped up, my eyes darting around the dim room, searching for the source of his voice. Arthur Vance. Who is he? Why did she break into his house? The small mannequin with the locket seemed to shiver. The other mannequins groaned, their whispers rising in pitch, a symphony of suffering. Too late, too late. Ilera had her reasons. Observer replied, a hint of something that sounded almost like a chuckle in his tone. Reasons that, I assure you, will become painfully clear. You see, Mark, or should I say, Ilera, your new existence is not merely about occupying a different body. It is about living out the consequences of her choices, and in doing so, experiencing the full spectrum of my torment. You wish to save. Now you must be saved. Or, perhaps, you must be found out. He paused, letting the implication hang heavy in the air, a suffocating weight. Arthur Vance is a man who values his privacy, his sanctuary. And Ilera, she violated that sanctuary before they ever properly met. A delicious irony, do not you think? And now, you will live with that secret, that trespass, hanging over your head. You will meet him. You will interact with him. And he will discover what Ilera did. My blood ran cold. The thought of being trapped in this body, forced to play out a life where I was a criminal, where I had already betrayed someone before even looking in the eye, it was a new, refined form of torture. Observer was not just killing me, he was making me a monster, or forcing me to inhabit one. No, I cried out, the voice raspy and unfamiliar. You can't do this. I won't play your games. Oh, but you will. Observer's voice was firm, absolute. The choice was made. The dice are cast. And now, the game begins. Welcome, Ilara, to your new life. Try not to get caught. The room began to spin. The mannequins, their silent stares now seeming to hold a malevolent glee, blurred into distorted shapes. The dust and chemical smell intensified, burning my nostrils, making my eyes water. I felt a profound sense of falling, a sickening lurch in my stomach, as if the very fabric of reality was tearing itself apart around me. The last thing I heard before everything went black was the faint, mournful whisper from the locket mannequin mama, "He knows." I woke with a jolt, my body thrashing against soft sheets. Disoriented, I sat bolt upright, my heart pounding a frantic rhythm against my ribs. The air was clean, smelling faintly of lavender and something vaguely floral. Sunlight, bright and warm, streamed through a window, illuminating a room that was utterly unlike Observer's grim museum. This was a bedroom, a small, cozy one, with pale blue walls, a worn wooden dresser, and a bookshelf overflowing with paperbacks. A half-empty mug sat on a nightstand beside the bed, condensation rings marking the wood. A digital clock glowed a soft green 8:17 a.m. This was Ilara's room. I knew it with an unsettling certainty, a knowledge that had not come from my own experience, but was simply there. It was like waking up with a fully formed personality that was not mine, a set of memories and habits that were foreign yet instantly accessible. Panic, cold and sharp, pierced through the lingering haze of sleep. Observer, the mannequins, Arthur Vance, the break-in. It was not a dream. This was my new reality. I was Ilara. I swung my legs out of bed, testing the ground beneath my feet. The body felt different. Lighter, perhaps, more agile than my previous marked body, but still unfamiliar. I walked to a full-length mirror leaning against the wall. Staring back at me was a woman I did not recognize. She had long, dark brown hair, pulled back in a messy bun. Her eyes, a startling shade of hazel, were wide with fear and confusion. Her face was heart-shaped, with a smattering of freckles across her nose. She was pretty in an understated, natural way, but she was not me, and that was the most terrifying thing of all. I reached out, touching the cold glass. The woman in the mirror mimicked my movement, her expression a mirror of my own horror. This was my prison. This was Ilara. A faint grumble echoed from my stomach. Hunger, a normal, mundane sensation, completely out of place in this nightmare. I found myself walking to a small kitchen, the layout of which was already ingrained in Ilara's muscle memory. I knew where the coffee maker was, where the cereal bowls were kept. It was unnerving, this automatic knowledge. As I poured myself a cup of lukewarm coffee, my mind raced. What was I supposed to do? How was I supposed to live this life? Observer said I would meet Arthur Vance, and that he would discover the break-in. The sheer helplessness of it all was suffocating. I was a puppet, dancing on Observer's strings, forced to relive a past that was not mine, and face a future that was already doomed. Days bled into weeks. I tried to maintain Ilara's routine, a mundane existence of working a low-paying administrative job, going to a local grocery store, and spending evenings alone in her small apartment. The memories of Ilara's life continued to surface, not as vivid flashes like the break-in, but as subtle inclinations, preferences, and emotional responses that were not my own. I found myself humming tunes I did not know, craving foods I never liked, and feeling a strange pang of loneliness that felt like Ilara's, not mine. The constant dread of meeting Arthur Vance was a physical weight in my chest. Every new face I saw, every stranger I passed on the street, sent a jolt of anxiety through me. Was this him? Was this the moment of discovery? I scoured Alara's memories, trying to find any clue about Arthur, about why she broke into his house, about what her connection to him might be. But all I found was the image of the photograph in the wooden box, and a vague, unsettling sense of obsession. One Tuesday evening, after a particularly draining day at Alara's office, I found myself heading to a small, independent bookstore Alara apparently frequented. It was a cozy place, smelling of old paper and coffee, with shelves crammed floor to ceiling. I was browsing the new arrivals, my mind miles away, when a voice spoke beside me, looking for anything in particular, or just lost in the stacks. I jumped, my heart leaping into my throat. I turned and my breath hitched. Standing there was a man in his late 30s with kind, tired eyes and a slightly rumpled tweed jacket. He had a gentle smile and a few strands of gray at his temples. He was holding a copy of a classic novel. My mind, Alara's mind, instantly recognized him. Arthur Vance. The blood drained from my face. My hands, which were holding a copy of some obscure poetry collection, began to tremble. This was it, the moment I had been dreading. He looked exactly like the man in the photograph, just older, more weary. "Oh," I stammered, my voice sounding thin and reedy. "No, just browsing. I love this place." He chuckled, a soft, pleasant sound. "It is a gem, is not it? I spend far too much time and money here. Arthur, by the way," he extended a hand. I hesitated for a fraction of a second, my mind racing. What do I do? Do I flee? Do I pretend I do not know who he is? But Observer's words echoed in my head. You will meet him. You will interact with him. I was a puppet. I had no choice. Alara, I managed, forcing a smile that felt utterly fake. My hand was cold and clammy in his warm, firm grip. His touch sent a strange jolt through me, a mix of genuine human connection and profound, sickening guilt. "Nice to meet you, Alara," he said, his smile widening slightly. "I feel like I have seen you around here before. You are a regular, too. I take it." "Yes." I lied, my voice barely a whisper. I love books." We fell into an awkward conversation, punctuated by my internal screams of panic. He talked about his work as a history professor at the local university, about his passion for obscure historical texts. Alara offered vague, non-committal answers, trying desperately to sound natural, to sound like Alara. All the while, the memory of the break-in played on a loop in my mind, the creaking floorboards, the moonlight on the study floor, the small wooden box, his photograph. He seemed genuinely nice, unassuming, completely unaware of profound violation I as Alara had inflicted upon him. The guilt was a physical ache, a burning sensation behind my eyes. I wanted to confess, to scream the truth, to beg for forgiveness, but I knew Observer was watching, waiting. And what would I say? I am not Alara. I am a soul trapped in her body, and she broke into your house before I even knew you existed. He would think I was insane. We talked for maybe 20 minutes before he said, "Well, it was really nice meeting you. Alara, maybe I will see you around again." "Yes," I said, a wave of relief washing over me, quickly followed by a fresh surge of dread. "Hopefully." He gave me another kind smile, then turned and walked toward the cashier. I watched him go, my legs feeling like jelly. I had survived the first encounter. But Observer had said he will discover what Alara did. The sword was still hanging over my head. The next few weeks were a blur of forced normalcy and escalating paranoia. Arthur and I kept running into each other. At the bookstore, at the local coffee shop, once even in the park. He was always friendly, always polite. He would ask about my day, recommend a book, or share some anecdote about his students. And each time, my internal terror mounted. Each friendly smile felt like a trap, each casual question a veiled accusation. I started having nightmares, vivid replays of the break-in, but with a terrifying twist. In these dreams, Arthur was always there, a silent, disapproving shadow, watching me. Sometimes, he would be standing in the study, holding the wooden box, his eyes filled with profound sadness that was worse than any anger. Then came the invitation. It was a small, cream-colored card, slipped under Lara's apartment door one evening. You are cordially invited to a small gathering at my home, this Saturday evening, 7 p.m. Just a few friends, good conversation, and hopefully, even better wine. Arthur Vance. My blood ran cold. Observer. This had to be his doing. He was pushing me towards the inevitable. My hand trembled as I held the card. His home. The very place Lara had violated. This was it. The stage was set. I spent the next few days in a state of utter panic. I could not eat, could not sleep. Every time I looked in the mirror, Ilara's hazel eyes stared back, wide and haunted. I was going to walk back into that house, into the scene of the crime, and Arthur was going to be there. He was going to know. Saturday evening arrived with a heavy, oppressive stillness. I dressed in a simple, dark dress, feeling like I was going to my own execution. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely do up the zipper. My reflection was a stranger, a condemned woman. The walk to Arthur's house felt like a death march. Each step was heavy, laden with dread. The neighborhood was quiet, suburban, bathed in the soft glow of streetlights. His house, when I finally reached it, looked exactly as it had in Alara's memory, welcoming, unassuming, completely unaware of the dark secret that was about to be unearthed within its walls. I took a deep, shuddering breath and rang the doorbell. The door opened almost immediately. Arthur stood there, dressed in a casual button-down shirt, a warm smile on his face. Ilara, you made it. Come on in, do not just stand there. My legs felt like lead, but I forced myself to step across the threshold. The air inside was warm, filled with the comforting scent of roasting herbs and a faint hint of pipe tobacco. There were a few other people in the living room, chatting animatedly, glasses of wine in hand. Everything seemed so normal, so utterly innocent. Arthur led me into the living room, introducing me to a few of his friends. I managed to offer weak smiles and mumbled greetings, my eyes darting around the room, searching for what? A sign, a trap. Can I get you something to drink? Arthur asked, his voice kind. Red, white, or something stronger? White, please. I whispered, my throat dry. He nodded, then headed towards the kitchen. I stood awkwardly by the fireplace, pretending to listen to a conversation about local politics, but my mind was screaming. I was in his house, the house she broke into. As Arthur returned with my glass of wine, he smiled. Glad you could make it. Ilara, I was hoping you would. There is actually something I wanted to show you. My heart stopped. This was it. The moment of truth. My blood ran cold, and the wine glass felt like a block of ice in my trembling hand. I forced myself to meet his gaze, try and project an innocence I did not feel. Oh, I managed, my voice barely audible. Yes, he said, his smile still gentle, but a flicker of something unreadable in his eyes. Follow me. He led me away from the living room, down a short hallway. Every step felt like walking towards a precipice. We stopped in front of a closed door. My stomach lurched. This was a study. I knew it. He pushed the door open, revealing the room bathed in soft lamplight. It was exactly as I remembered from Ilara's memory bookshelves lining the walls, a large wooden desk and a faint, comforting smell of old paper. I finished reorganizing my collection. Arthur said, gesturing around the room. Took me ages, but I found something interesting while I was at it. He walked over to a specific bookshelf, the same one from a memory. He reached behind a stack of books, his fingers disappearing into the shadows. My breath caught in my throat. This was it. He was going to pull out the wooden box. He was going to expose me. He pulled out a small, framed photograph. Not the wooden box, but a photograph. He turned, holding it out to me. "Do you recognize this?" he asked, his voice soft, almost a whisper. I took the photograph, my fingers numb. It was a picture of a young woman, maybe in her early 20s, with long, dark hair and hazel eyes. Elara. She was smiling, a genuine, joyful smile, standing in front of a different house, a smaller, older one. It is me. I whispered, the words feeling like ash in my mouth. "Yes," Arthur said, his eyes now fixed on mine, the gentle smile still there, but with an unsettling edge. "It is. Or rather, it is Elara, my sister." My mind reeled. His sister. Elara was his sister. The shock was so profound, so utterly unexpected, that it momentarily eclipsed my terror. She passed away a few years ago. Arthur continued, his voice tinged with sadness. "Tragic accident. I miss her every day." He paused, then his gaze sharpened, his eyes boring into mine. "And I have been seeing you around. Elara, not my Elara, of course, but you, and you look remarkably like her. The same eyes, the same build, even the same way you tilt your head when you are thinking." He took a step closer, his presence suddenly overwhelming. It got me thinking. You see, after she died, I found some of her things. Her journals, her old photo albums, and a very strange note. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a folded piece of paper. My blood ran cold, the temperature in the room plummeting. This was not Observer's game, this was Elara's life, unfolding in ways I could not have predicted, with consequences I could not escape. He unfolded the note, his eyes never leaving mine. It was tucked inside a book she was reading, a thriller about a private investigator. And on it, in her handwriting, was a single address. He paused, letting the silence stretch, letting the dread build. My heart was pounding so hard, I thought it would burst through my ribs. I knew what he was going to say. I knew the address. It was my address. "Elara," he said, his voice dropping to a low, dangerous murmur. "My house." And underneath it, a single word, underlined 3 times proof. He took another step, closing the distance between us. His face was no longer gentle. It was etched with a mixture of confusion, suspicion, and a deep, unsettling sadness. I never understood it. Why would Elara have my address, written like a target, in her journal? She lived here. She did not need to write it down. And then, a few weeks later, I noticed something. A small scratch on the window frame in this very study. A scratch that was not there before. My breath hitched. He knew. He had known all along. Not just about the break-in, but about Elara's strange obsession, her secret mission. And then you show up. Arthur continued, his voice barely audible, but each word a hammer blow to my soul. Looking so much like her. Acting nervous whenever we talk. Always glancing around, like you were looking for something. Or someone. He took the photograph of Elara from my trembling hand, placing it on his desk. He looked from the picture to me, his eyes filled with chilling, knowing intensity. "So, Elara," he said, "the name of Poison Dart. Or whoever you are. My sister broke into my house before we even met. What were you looking for? And why, after all this time, are you here?" The air in the room grew heavy, suffocating. The whispers of Observer's mannequin seemed to echo in my ears, a chorus of "help me too late." He knows I was trapped. Trapped in Elara's body. Trapped in Elara's past and now. Trapped by Arthur's terrible, inescapable discovery. The game had begun, and I was losing already. The door slammed shut behind me with a sickening thud, a sound that vibrated through the very ground I stood on, an echo of the finality it represented. One moment, I was bursting free, gasping for air. The next, I was trapped in an even grander, more terrifying cage. The gray sky above pressed down like a lid on a coffin, and the air was thick with that low, persistent hum, the same hum that had permeated the facility. But here, it was amplified, a monstrous chord played by 1,000 unseen instruments. My eyes, still stinging from the sudden transition, struggled to take in the impossible vista before me. It was not just a field, it was an ocean of figures, stretching as far as the eye could see, dissolving into the hazy horizon. Thousands, tens of thousands, maybe even more. Each one identical to the unblinking automatons I would seen in the cells, each clad in the same drab gray jumpsuit, each standing perfectly still, facing the same impossible direction. And in the very center of the silent, gray multitude, rising like a jagged, obsidian tooth in the earth, was the monolith. It was colossal, impossibly dark, absorbing what little light the sky offered. Its surface seemed to shimmer, not with reflection, but with some internal, unseen energy. It pulsed faintly, a slow, rhythmic throb that I could feel in my bones, a counterpoint to pervasive hum. It was the source. I realized with a jolt of cold dread, the conductor of this silent symphony of dread. Every single figure, every single one of those empty, unblinking faces, was directed towards it. They were worshipers, a congregation of the damned, or perhaps receivers. The sheer scale of it was paralyzing. My lungs burned, but I could not scream. My legs ached, but I could not run. Where would I go? The facility door, my only immediate point of reference, was now a solid, unyielding slab of concrete and steel, sealing me off from the horrors within, only to deliver me to a horror without. The connected network, the synthesized voice, the alarms, they were all distant echoes now, replaced by the overwhelming, silent presence of this new, vast prison. I took a shaky step back, then another, my eyes darting from the monolith to the nearest figures. They stood so close, so utterly motionless, that I could almost reach out and touch them. Their faces were blank, their eyes like polished stones. There was no breath, no movement, no sign of life. They were statues, but I knew better. I would seen them move, seen them pursue. But here they were just waiting. For what? For me. The hum intensified, a low thrumming that began to vibrate in my skull, making my teeth ache. It was not just a sound, it was a pressure, an invisible weight pressing down on my brain. Panic, cold and sharp, began to prickle at my skin. I was still being hunted. The unit has deviated from protocol. Message was not just a facility, it was for this. I was a rogue element in a system so vast, so encompassing, that I could not even begin to comprehend it. I forced myself to move. Staying still was a death sentence, a surrender. I could not just stand here and become another statue. I started to walk, slowly at first, then picking up speed, trying to find a path between the rows of figures. Their proximity was unnerving. I could almost feel their cold presence as I brushed past them. Their gray jumpsuits seemed to absorb all light, making the field feel even darker, even more desolate. My eyes scanned the horizon, desperate for anything that was not gray, anything that was not a figure, anything that was not the monolith. But there was nothing, just the endless field, the endless figures, and the endless gray sky. It was a nightmare rendered in monochrome, a canvas of despair. As I walked, the hum grew louder, more insistent, and I started to feel a strange sensation, like a subtle pulling, a gentle tugging at my very essence. It was as if the monolith, or whatever force it represented, was trying to draw me in, to make me one of them. A cold sweat broke out on my forehead. This was the integration. This was what they meant by vessel. They wanted to drain me, to hollow me out, to make me another unblinking sentinel in this silent army. I tried to speed up, a desperate, clumsy jog. My legs screamed in protest, but the fear was a stronger motivator. I needed to get away from the monolith, away from the hum, away from the terrifying pull. But no matter how fast I went, The figure stretched out before me, an unending labyrinth of silent observers. I was moving, but I was not getting anywhere. It was like running on a treadmill, the scenery unchanging, the destination forever out of reach. Then, I saw it, a flicker, a subtle shift in the gray monotony. Far, far off to my left, almost swallowed by the haze, was a faint outline. It was not the monolith, and it was not another figure. It was a structure, indistinct but undeniably different. A building, maybe, or some kind of installation. It was a slender thread of hope in a tapestry of despair, and I clung to it with everything I had. I veered left, pushing through the rows of figures, my heart hammering against my ribs. The hum was a roar now, vibrating through my entire body, threatening to shatter my sanity. My vision swam, and I felt lightheaded. The pulling sensation intensified, becoming a dizzying vortex that threatened to drag me down. Suddenly, a chill, colder than anything I had felt before, ran down my spine. I stopped, freezing in my tracks. It was not the cold air. It was a feeling, a presence. I slowly turned my head, my eyes darting towards the nearest figures. They were still facing the monolith, all of them, but something was different. A subtle shift, almost imperceptible, but terrifyingly real. It was as if the air around them had thickened, solidified. And then, I saw it, the closest figure, just a few feet away, its head still rigidly facing the monolith, had its left arm ever so slightly raised. Just a fraction of an inch, a barely noticeable tremor. My blood ran cold. They could move. They were moving. They were not just statues. They were waiting for a signal, for a command. And I was the anomaly. The hum pulsed, a deep, resonant thump that echoed in my chest. And with that thump, the arm of the nearest figure dropped. Then, slowly, infinitesimally slowly, its head began to turn. Not towards me, not yet, but away from the monolith, just a fraction of a degree. And then another. My breath hitched. I was not imagining it. The figures, one by one, were beginning to shift. A collective, almost imperceptible turning of heads, a slow, horrified awareness spreading through the field. They were waking up, or rather, they were being activated. And I was the target. I did not wait. I broke into a full sprint, pushing past the now subtly shifting figures, my heart a frantic drumbeat in my ears. The hum was unbearable, a physical assault. My head throbbed, my vision blurred, and the pulling sensation was now a violent wrenching, as if an invisible hand was trying to rip my soul from my body. The building, whatever it was, seemed no closer. It was a cruel mirage, a distant promise in this endless hell. But I kept running, fueled by pure, unadulterated terror. The thought of becoming one of them, of standing still and empty, facing that dark monolith for all eternity, was a fate worse than death. I do not know how long I ran. Minutes felt like hours, hours like an eternity. My lungs burned, my legs screamed, and a stitch in my side felt like a knife twisting. But the subtle, horrifying shift of the figures behind me, the growing awareness in their unblinking eyes, kept me going. I could feel their collective gaze now, 1,000 empty stares boring into my back. Finally, just when I thought my body would give out, the ground beneath my feet changed. The soft earth of the field gave way to something harder, more uneven. I stumbled, almost falling, and looked down. It was cracked asphalt, overgrown with weeds. I had reached the edge of the field, or rather, the edge of whatever forgotten road led to the distant structure. The structure itself was an old, dilapidated building, a low, sprawling complex of concrete and corrugated metal, partially swallowed by thorny bushes and tall, dry grass. It looked abandoned, desolate, a relic from another time, forgotten by the world. It was a stark contrast to the sterile, futuristic horror of the facility and the ancient, primal dread of the monolith. But it was shelter. It was different. I scrambled towards it, my body screaming in protest, ignoring the pain. The hum, though still present, seemed to lessen slightly as I moved away from the main field, as if the monolith's influence had a boundary, however vast. The building had a single rusted metal door, half off its hinges, hanging open like a gaping maw. It was an invitation to another unknown, but at this point, any unknown was better than the known horror I was fleeing. I burst through the door, my momentum carrying me into a darkened interior. The air was stale, thick with the smell of dust, damp, and something else, something metallic and faintly chemical. I slammed the door shut behind me, using my remaining strength to wedge a rusty pipe I found nearby into the frame, hoping it would hold, even for a moment. Darkness enveloped me, broken only by slivers of gray light filtering through cracks in the walls and ceiling. My heart pounded a frantic rhythm against my ribs, and I leaned against the cold metal, gasping for breath, trying to calm the frantic beat. The silence, after the oppressive hum, was deafening, almost painful. It was a blessed relief, but also unnerving. As my eyes adjusted, I saw that I was in what looked like an old, abandoned office or control room. Desks were overturned, chairs broken, and papers were scattered everywhere, thick with dust. Old computer monitors, their screens cracked and dark, lay on the floor. It was a scene of hasty abandonment, as if everyone had fled in a hurry. I moved cautiously, my senses on high alert. Every creak of the building, every rustle of debris made me jump. I was acutely aware that I was still a target, still hunted. This was a temporary reprieve, not freedom. I explored the room, my hands brushing against dusty surfaces, my eyes scanning for anything useful, any clue, any exit. The walls were covered in faded maps and diagrams, some of them too obscure to understand, others depicting complex schematics of what looked like power grids or communication networks. My mind immediately flashed to the connected network, to the wires pulsing in the facility walls. Was this related? Was this an old outpost, a forgotten node in their terrifying system? In a corner, half buried under a pile of collapsed ceiling tiles, I found a small locked metal cabinet. It looked out of place, more sturdy and secure than anything else in the room. Curiosity, a powerful motivator even amidst terror, compelled me to investigate. I scrounged around, finally finding a heavy, rusted wrench. With painstaking effort, I managed to pry open the flimsy lock, the screech of metal echoing loudly in the silent room. Inside, it was surprisingly clean, as if protected from the decay of the outside world. There were a few neatly stacked folders, a small, old-fashioned tape recorder, and a small, nondescript wooden box. I reached for the box first, my fingers trembling slightly. It felt heavy, solid. I opened it, and that is when my blood ran cold all over again, a different kind of chill this time, a creeping, insidious dread that wormed its way into my very soul. Inside the box, nestled in dark velvet, were passports. Not just one or two, but a stack of them. My breath hitched. I picked up the top one. It was a British passport, issued to a James Thorne. My eyes immediately went to the picture. It was him, the man from the cage, the man who had spoken to me, the man they called Observer. His face, cold and unblinking, stared back at me from the laminated page. My hands began to shake violently. I dropped that one and picked up another. This one was French, for Henri Dubois. Same face. Another one, German, for Klaus Richter. Same face. An American one, Robert Miller. Same face. An Australian one, Marcus Finch. Same face. There were at least 10, maybe 12 passports in that box, each from a different country, each bearing a different name, but all with the same unsettlingly familiar face of the Observer. My mind reeled. What did this mean? Who was this man? Was he a spy? A master criminal? Or something far, far more sinister? The implications were staggering, terrifying. This was not just a man, he was a phantom. A chameleon, a ghost moving to the world with 1,000 identities. I flipped through the folders. They contained more documents, but these were different. Not official government papers, but meticulously organized notes, diagrams, and what looked like research papers. My eyes scanned the titles, my brain struggling to process the information through the haze of fear. Project Chimera Phase 3 Integration Protocols. Vessel Viability and Synchronization Matrices. Monolith Resonance Frequencies and Bioenergy Harvesting. Ilera Instrument 0 Pre-Acquisition Data. And then, a name that made my stomach clench: Arthur Vance Subject Profile and Behavioral Analysis. Arthur Vance, the man they had mentioned in the cell. The man who was apparently behind all of this. And Ilera, the instrument. It was all connected. Observer was not just a guard or a simple facilitator. He was deeply, intimately involved. He was a key player, perhaps even the key player. A man with no true identity. Only a collection of aliases, moving in the shadows, orchestrating this horrific symphony of human dissolution. My hands trembled as I picked up the tape recorder. It was an old model, but it looked functional. I pressed play, my heart pounding with a mixture of dread and desperate hope for answers. A burst of static, then a voice. His voice. Observer's voice. But it was different now. Less monotone, more human, yet still chillingly detached. Log entry, data relevant. Subject A, Mark, has reached full integration stability. His neural pathways are fully synchronized with the network. Bioenergy output is optimal. He exhibits no deviation, no consciousness. A perfect vessel. Just as predicted. My blood ran cold. Mark. Just like Mark. The words from my fragmented memory echoed in my head. He was talking about the Mark I remembered, the one I was told I would be just like. My hands clenched into fists. The recording continued. Subject B. Ilera continues to be a challenge. Her unique resonance signature, while powerful, resists full assimilation. We have had to implement extreme protocols. Vance believes her potential outweighs the risk, but I disagree. She is an anomaly, a variable that could compromise the entire project. Ilera, the instrument, an anomaly. My mind raced. Was she like me? Was she fighting back? The idea sparked a flicker of hope, quickly extinguished by the cold, clinical tone of Observer's voice. Regardless, Vance is insistent. Ilera must be brought online. Her energy signature is crucial for the final phase of monolith activation. The collective consciousness requires a catalyst of her magnitude to achieve full resonance. Without her, the grand design remains incomplete. Monolith activation, collective consciousness, the grand design. It was all falling into place, a horrifying mosaic of madness. The monolith was not just a beacon, it was a receiver, a transmitter, a hub for this collective consciousness, powered by the bioenergy of countless vessels. And Ilera was the key, the final piece to unlock its full, terrifying potential. Then, a sudden, sharp crack from outside made me jump. I froze, the tape recorder clutched in my hand. It sounded like something hitting the rusted metal door, something heavy. I pressed pause on the recorder, my heart hammering. Silence. Then another sound, a low, scratching noise, like something trying to claw its way in. My eyes darted around the dilapidated room. There was nowhere to hide, nowhere to run. I was trapped again, this time with the chilling revelations of Observer's true nature and the horrifying scope of Project Chimera. The scratching intensified, becoming more insistent, more desperate. It was coming from the door I had barricaded. The rusty pipe groaned under pressure. Then, through a thin crack in the wall, I saw it. A sliver of gray, a glimpse of an unblinking eye. One of them. They had found me. The connected network had tracked me, even here, to this forgotten corner of their domain. The hum, faint though it was, began to creep back into my consciousness. A subtle vibration in the air, a distant thrumming that was slowly but surely growing louder. The monolith's influence was reaching out, calling its silent army, and they were answering. I scrambled back, knocking over a stack of dusty papers. The tape recorder slipped from my grasp, clattering to the floor. I did not care. All I could think about was escape. The door shuddered violently, the old metal groaning under the repeated impacts. The pipe holding it shut was bending, threatening to snap. I could hear the muffled thuds, the relentless, methodical assault. They were not just trying to get in, they were trying to break the door down. I scanned the room desperately. There was a small, grimy window high up on the far wall, mostly boarded over, but with a small section of glass still intact. It was too high, too small, but was my only chance. I grabbed a broken chair leg, surprisingly sturdy, and began to smash at the remaining boards, splintering the rotting wood. Each blow sent a jarring pain through my arms, but the terror spurred me on. The door was buckling, groaning loudly. I could hear the distinct crack of the pipe as it finally gave way. With a final, desperate smash, I broke through the last board, sending shards of glass flying. A blast of cold, gray air rushed in. It was a narrow opening, barely big enough to squeeze through, but it led outside, away from the facility, away from a monolith, away from observers' chilling recordings. I scrambled onto the ledge, my body protesting every movement, and squeezed through the opening, scraping my skin on the rough edges. I tumbled out, landing hard on the overgrown grass outside, gasping for air. I did not look back. I just ran. The hum was louder now, a pervasive presence in the air, but the figures themselves seemed to be concentrated around the old building, their unblinking gaze fixed on my point of escape. I ran blindly, not knowing where I was going, only that I had to put as much distance as possible between myself and that place. As I ran, the terrible truth settled in my mind with crushing weight. Observer, Arthur Vance, Ilara, the monolith, the vessels. It was not just a facility, it was a global operation. A man with 1,000 faces, moving to the shadows, building an army of hollowed-out humans, all connected to a dark, pulsating monolith, all part of some horrifying grand design. I was free from the immediate threat, but the knowledge I carried was a new kind of cage, one built of fear and paranoia. I was a witness, an anomaly, a rogue element in a system that spanned the globe. Observer was everywhere, or could be anywhere, behind any face. He was not just a threat in a cell. He was a shadow on the world, a manipulator with endless identities, pulling strings I could not even begin to imagine. The gray sky stretched endlessly above me, and the hum, though distant, was still there, a constant reminder of the unseen network that permeated everything. I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to bone, that this was not over. I had escaped one cage, only to find myself in a world that was, perhaps, an even larger, more elaborate prison. An observer, the man with 1,000 names, was still out there, watching, waiting, orchestrating his terrifying symphony of silence. I was running, but I knew deep down that I was still running on a treadmill, and the true escape might be an illusion. The first thing I registered was a dull ache in my wrists. It was not a sharp pain, more like a deep, persistent throb, as if I had been holding on to something heavy for far too long. My head was pounding, a relentless drumbeat behind my eyes, and my mouth felt like I would swallow a handful of sand. I tried to open my eyes, but the lids felt glued shut, heavy with an exhaustion that went beyond mere sleep. There was a smell, too, damp earth, stale air, and something metallic, like old pennies. It was not the familiar scent of my apartment, of coffee brewing, or the faint lingering spice from last night's takeout. This was colder, older. Finally, with a groan that scraped my throat raw, I managed to pry my eyes, open a slit. Darkness, not absolute, but a heavy, oppressive gloom. My vision swam, speckled with bright, dancing spots, but as they slowly faded, I could make out the barest contours of a room. It was small, boxy. A single, weak light source, maybe a bare bulb somewhere high above, cast long, distorted shadows that stretched and twisted like hungry fingers. I was lying on something hard, cold, concrete. I realized as my fingers scraped against the rough surface. My clothes felt stiff, crusted with something I did not want to think about. When I tried to push myself up, a jolt of pain shot through my wrists. I looked down, and in the dim light, I saw them. Raw, angry red welts encircled both wrists, chafed and tender. Rope burns. Deep, unmistakable rope burns. My breath hitched. Rope burns. What the hell? Panic, cold and sharp, began to prickle at the edges of my consciousness. It was not a sudden surge, but a slow, creeping dread, like ice water seeping into my veins. My mind, still sluggish from whatever had happened, struggled to piece things together. The last thing I remembered, the desolate house, 147 Sycamore Lane, the rusty cages. The man inside one of them, his face pale, his eyes wide and unblinking. The one who seeks connection. He would whisper about Arthur Vance, about being sent to connect and replace. My blood ran cold just thinking about it. Then observer. Tall, shadowy, faceless. A hum in the air, a voice in my mind. The nature of connection. The torture. The man's eye. The transformation into a lifeless, unblinking vessel. And those chilling, final words echoing in the cavern of my memory just like Mark. Just like El. The words hit me like a physical blow. Just like Mark. Just like El. My name is not El. But the way Observer had said it, the way it had hung in the air, unfinished, had made my stomach clench with a terrifying premonition. Had it been about Alara? Or had it been about me? Had I been next? The rope burns the unfamiliar room, the absolute wrongness of everything around me. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic bird trapped in a cage. I scrambled backward, pressing my back against the cold, rough wall. Every muscle in my body screamed in protest. My head throbbed with renewed intensity, a dull ache blooming into a full-blown migraine. I reached up, my fingers brushing against a knot of pain, and felt something crusty in my hair. Dried blood. My blood. Okay, calm down. Think. I was clearly not at home. This was not my bed. This was not even a proper room. It felt like a basement. Or a cell. The air was thick with a cloying dampness, a smell of concrete and decay that made my stomach churn. I squinted, trying to make out more details. The walls were bare, gray concrete blocks, stacked unevenly. No windows, no furniture, save for what might have been a cot in the far corner, a dark, indistinct shape that blended into the shadows. There was a door, a heavy metal door, set into one of the walls. It had no handle on my side, only a thick, rusting bolt that looked like it could withstand a battering ram. My throat was dry, so dry it hurt to swallow. I needed water. I needed to get out. I tried to stand, pushing myself up with trembling arms. My legs felt like jelly, threatening to give out beneath me. I swayed, catching myself against the wall, my hands scraping against a rough surface. Pain shot through my palm, but I barely registered it. The fear was a cold, hard knot in my gut, squeezing the air from my lungs. I shuffled toward the door, my bare feet slapping softly against the concrete floor. The cold seeped into my soles, making my toes ache. When I reached the door, I ran my hands over the cold metal. It was thick, solid, immovable. I pressed my ear against it, listening. Nothing. Only the faint, distant hum that I remembered from Sycamore Lane. Observer. The hum of its presence. It was still here, or something like it. A wave of nausea washed over me. I stumbled back, clutching my head. My mind was still a jumbled mess of fragmented images, the pale man. Arthur Vance. Alara, the unblinking eyes. Observer's faceless form. It was all real. It had not been a nightmare. And now I was here. I sank to the floor, my back against the cold metal door, and tried to breathe. Deep, shaky breaths, trying to push back the rising tide of panic. What did they want with me? What did replacement mean? Was I going to end up like the man in the cage? A lifeless, unblinking vessel. The thought sent a shiver down my spine that had nothing to do with the cold. I looked down at my hands, flexing my fingers. They were still mine. My skin, my nails, the small scar on my left thumb from a kitchen knife incident years ago. I was still me. But for how long? Hours passed. Or maybe it was just minutes. Time lost all meaning in that desolate cell. My head continued to pound, and my throat was raw with thirst. My stomach growled a hollow, empty sound. I tried to shout, to call for help, but my voice was a hoarse whisper, swallowed by the thick silence. Just when I thought I might lose my mind from the isolation, a sound broke through the oppressive quiet. A faint, rhythmic thudding. It was distant at first, barely audible, like someone hammering in another part of the building. Thud, thud, thud. It was not regular, but rather sporadic, punctuated by long stretches of silence, then resuming, always with that same dull, heavy impact. It was unsettling. It sounded deliberate. I pushed myself up again, straining my ears, trying to pinpoint the source. It seemed to come from deeper within the structure, beyond the metal door. My imagination, already frayed, conjured images of something monstrous, something mechanical, something processing. Then a new sound, the distinct click of a lock, followed by the heavy rasp of the bolt sliding open. My heart leaped into my throat. The thudding stopped. The metal door began to creak open, slowly, agonizingly, revealing a sliver of brighter, yet still dim, light from beyond. I scrambled backwards, crawling on all fours until my back hit the opposite wall. My eyes were wide, fixed on the opening door, every fiber of my being screaming in terror. A figure stepped into the doorway. It was not Observer, at least not in its full, shadowy, faceless form. This was human, or mostly human, tall and gaunt, dressed in a gray utilitarian jumpsuit. Their build was slender, almost skeletal, and their movements were stiff, precise, like a marionette. What struck me most, though, was their face. It was utterly devoid of expression. Smooth, pale skin, thin lips pressed into a neutral line. But the eyes were wide, unblinking. They stared straight ahead, not at me, but through me into some distant unseen point. They were the same eyes I would seen on the man in the cage. Lifeless, empty, yet somehow still seeing. It was horrifying. It was like looking at a mannequin that had inexplicably come to life, but only partially. The figure did not speak. It simply stood there for a moment, observing the room, observing me, with those unnerving, unblinking eyes. My breath caught in my throat. I wanted to scream, but no sound would come out. My body was locked in a paralysis of pure dread. Then, with that same unnervingly precise motion, the figure took a step into the cell. In one hand, it held a small plastic tray. On it sat a tin cup and a single, dry-looking cracker. It placed the tray on the floor near the entrance, without a sound, without changing its expression. Its gaze finally shifted, focusing on me. And in that moment, something flickered in those unblinking eyes. Not an emotion, not recognition, but something colder. A spark of something alien, something that understood, but did not feel. It was like being analyzed by a sophisticated machine. Then it spoke. The voice was flat, monotone, devoid of inflection. It sounded like a recording, or someone speaking through a heavily synthesized voice modulator. You have been selected. The words hung in the air, chilling me to the bone. Selected. For what? My mind screamed the answer replacement. Your profile was optimal. The voice continued. The word spaced out deliberate. For integration. My blood ran cold. Integration. It sounded so clinical, so sterile, for something so utterly monstrous. I could only stare, my mouth agape, unable to form a single word. The figure took another step, closer now. I could see the faint outline of veins beneath the pale skin of its hands, the slight tremor that ran through its frame. It was human, but it was also not. Arthur Vance is pleased, it said, and the name, spoken aloud in that dead, flat voice, sent a fresh wave of terror through me. Arthur. He was behind this. All of it. The connection is proceeding as planned. What would you want? I finally managed to croak, my voice a ragged whisper. The figure tilted its head slightly, an unnatural, jerky motion. To complete the process. To replace what is lost. To build anew. Replace what? I demanded, finding a flicker of defiance amidst the terror. What are you talking about? The void, it replied, its unblinking eyes fixed on mine. The emptiness. Humans seek connection. We provide it. A perfect connection. An eternal connection. It was talking about Observer. About the dating app. It was all a trap. Horrific. Elaborate trap designed to lure vulnerable people into this nightmare. You are turning people into those things. I stammered, pointing a trembling finger at its unblinking eyes. Like the man at Sycamore Lane. Like Mark. A faint, almost imperceptible shift in its expression. A tightening around the eyes that was not a blink, but a kind of internal adjustment. Mark was a good vessel. His integration was successful. The word vessel echoed in my head, a death knell for identity. And Alara, I blurted out, the name escaping my lips before I could think. Is she here? Is she one of you? The figure paused. A longer pause this time. The unblinking gaze seemed to intensify, boring into me. Alara was an instrument, a facilitator. Her purpose was served. My mind reeled. Alara, a facilitator. A willing participant in Arthur Vance's monstrous scheme. It made a twisted kind of sense, given her past, her own vulnerabilities. But it was still a horrifying revelation. And you, I asked, my voice barely audible. What are you? We are the connected, it stated, its voice gaining a subtle, almost imperceptible resonance. We are the new form, the perfected form, free from doubt, free from pain, free from self, free from self. That was the most terrifying part. The absolute erasure of who you were, replaced by this. An unblinking, emotionless shell, serving some unknown, horrifying purpose. The figure reached out a hand, its movement still slow and deliberate. I flinched, pressing myself further into the wall, my heart hammering. Its fingers, long and thin, brushed against my cheek. The skin was cold, unnaturally smooth. It felt like touching marble. Your integration will begin soon. It whispered, the flat voice now closer, more intimate, more terrifying. Prepare to connect. Then, with the same stiff, precise movements, it turned and walked out of the cell. The metal door creaked shut, and the heavy bolt slid back into place with a sickening thud. The cell was plunged back into relative darkness, leaving me alone with my terror and the chilling echo of its words. I stared at the spot where it had stood, my body trembling uncontrollably. Prepare to connect. My integration will begin soon. I was next. I was going to become one of them. A vessel, an unblinking shell. My gaze fell on the plastic tray it had left. The tin cup and the cracker. I ignored them. Food and water meant nothing if I was going to lose myself. I had to get out. I had to. I pushed myself to my feet, ignoring the throbbing pain in my wrists and head. I stumbled back to the door, pressing my ear against the cold metal. The thudding sound had resumed, faint and distant, but now it seemed to carry a new, more sinister rhythm. It sounded like a heartbeat, a monstrous mechanical heartbeat. I ran my hands over the door again, frantically searching for anything, any weakness. The bolt was solid. The metal was thick. There was nothing. I kicked at it, a desperate, futile gesture that only sent a jolt of pain up my leg. Then, my gaze fell on the floor near where the tray had been placed. The concrete blocks. They were not perfectly flush. There were hairline cracks, small imperfections. And in one of those cracks, barely visible in the gloom, was a tiny, glinting sliver of metal. Hope, fragile and desperate, sparked within me. I dropped to my knees, my fingers fumbling in the crack. It was a shard of something sharp and irregular, a piece of broken glass, or perhaps a fragment of metal from the building itself. Whatever it was small, but it had an edge. My mind raced. The bolt was on the outside. But what about the hinges? They were on the inside. Old, rusty, and clearly not designed for the kind of security this place now demanded. If I could somehow pry the pins out of the hinges. It was a long shot. A ridiculously long shot. But it was all I had. I started to work, my fingers clumsy with fear and adrenaline. The shard of metal was awkward to hold, and its sharp edges cut into my already raw fingertips. I pressed it into the seam of the top hinge, trying to find purchase, trying to wedge it under the pin. It was slow, agonizing work. The metal groaned, protesting every tiny movement. My muscles ached. Sweat stung my eyes. Every scrape, every tiny click of metal on metal, sounded deafening in the silence of the cell. I imagined the unblinking figure hearing me, returning to stop me. My heart pounded so hard, I thought it would burst. Minutes stretched into an eternity. My fingers were bleeding, raw and bruised. The shard of metal was almost too slippery to hold. But I kept going, fueled by a primal fear of losing myself, of becoming a vessel. Finally, with a soft, protesting groan, the top hinge pin began to give. It moved, just a fraction of an inch, but it was enough. I redoubled my efforts, pushing, prying, gritting my teeth against the pain. Slowly, agonizingly, the pin eased out, falling to the concrete floor with a faint clink. One down, 2 more to go. The second pin was harder. It seemed more stubbornly embedded, as if it knew my intentions. I scraped. I twisted. I pushed. My hand cramped, my arm ached, but I would not stop. I could not. The thought of those unblinking eyes was a powerful motivator. Just as I felt I could not go on, just as despair threatened to overwhelm me, the second pin finally gave way, sliding out with a soft sigh. It fell, joining its twin on the floor. Now only the bottom hinge remained. And it was the trickiest, closest to the floor, harder to get leverage. My body screamed for rest, but I ignored it. I attacked the last pin with a ferocity born of desperation. Then a sudden, loud clang from somewhere above. A distant shout. My blood ran cold. Had they heard me? Were they coming? I froze, listening. The thudding sound had stopped. The building was silent once more, but it felt like the silence before a storm. I had to hurry. With renewed urgency, I attacked the final pin. My fingers were numb, my vision blurring, but I pushed through the pain, through the fear, and then with a final triumphant scrape, the pin slid free. It fell, bouncing once on the concrete, and then rolled into the shadows. The door was free. I pushed against it. It did not swing open immediately. It was heavy, and it sagged slightly, the top edge scraping against the doorframe. But it moved. It was open. A narrow, dark corridor stretched out before me. It was even colder than my cell, and the air was thick with the same metallic, earthy scent. A faint, flickering light came from somewhere down the hall, casting long, dancing shadows that made the passage seem to twist and writhe. I took a deep, shaky breath, pushing my fear down. This was it, my one chance. I squeezed through the gap, my shoulder brushing against the rough concrete of the doorframe. The corridor was narrow, just wide enough for one person. The walls were the same gray concrete, featureless and oppressive. I moved slowly, cautiously, my bare feet making no sound on the cold floor. My ears strained, listening for any sign of movement, any sound that might betray my presence. The distant hum was still there, a low, throbbing pulse that seemed to permeate the very structure of the building. As I crept down the corridor, I started to see other doors, identical metal doors, spaced evenly along the walls. Cells, other cells. My stomach lurched. How many of us were there? How many had already been integrated? I peered through a small, grimy peephole in one of the doors. Inside it was dark, but I could make out a huddled shape on the floor. A person. Still, unmoving. I could not see their eyes, but I knew what they were. My heart sank. I kept moving, my pace quickening. The flickering light grew brighter ahead. It seemed to emanate from a junction, where this corridor met another, wider passage. I hesitated, my hand pressed against the cold concrete wall, my mind racing. Which way to go? Then I heard it, a faint whisper, a soft, rustling sound, like dry leaves skittering across a pavement. It came from the wider passage, just around the corner. My blood ran cold. I pressed myself against the wall, holding my breath, straining to hear. The whisper came again, a low, guttural murmur that was impossible to decipher. It sounded inhuman. I peeked around the corner, my eyes darting into the wider passage. It was brightly lit here by harsh fluorescent tubes that hummed with a sickly yellow glow. The passage stretched out, seemingly endlessly, lined with even more metal doors. But what caught my eye, what made my blood run to ice in my veins, was a figure at the far end of the corridor. It was one of them, one of the unblinking ones, dressed in the same gray jumpsuit. It stood motionless, facing away from me, seemingly observing something at the very end of the hall. And then I saw the others. They were everywhere, dozens of them, standing in neat, organized rows, stretching down the endless corridor, all facing the same direction as the first figure, all utterly motionless, all with wide, unblinking eyes. My breath hitched. It was not just a few cells. This was a factory, a processing plant for human identity, a horrifying silent army of vessels. The whispered rustling sound came again, and this time, I realized it was not coming from the unblinking figures. It was coming from the walls. I looked closer, my eyes wide with horror. The walls were not just concrete. They were covered in something else. Wires, thousands of them, thin and dark, snaking across the surface, weaving into intricate patterns. They pulsed with faint internal light, a network of glowing veins beneath the gray surface. And the rustling was the sound of those wires, humming, shifting, connecting. This whole place was alive, a vast, interconnected organism, feeding on the people it trapped. My stomach churned. I had to get out. Now, I turned, intending to retrace my steps, to find another way. But as I spun around, I bumped against something solid. I gasped, my heart leaping into my throat. Standing right behind me, blocking the narrow corridor back to my cell, was another one of them. Another unblinking figure in a gray jumpsuit. It had not made a sound. It had simply materialized, its lifeless eyes fixed on me. Panic seized me, raw and primal. I screamed, a choked, terrified sound that was instantly swallowed by the humming of the wires. I shoved past the figure, my adrenaline surging. It did not move, did not even flinch, just remained a silent, unblinking sentinel. I ran, down the wider, brightly lit corridor, past the rows of motionless vessels, my bare feet slapping against the cold floor. The humming of the wires grew louder, a buzzing drone that filled my ears, vibrating through my very bones. Unit has deviated from protocol. The voice, flat and synthesized, came from everywhere and nowhere at once. It was not the figure behind me. It was the building itself. The connected network was speaking, initiating retrieval sequence. Alarms began to blare, a harsh, grating sound that ripped through the air, echoing off the concrete walls. Red lights flashed, strobing rhythmically, turning the corridor into a dizzying nightmare of crimson and shadow. More doors opened. Figures in gray jumpsuits, their eyes wide and unblinking, emerged from every direction. They did not run. They did not even move with urgency. They simply began to walk slowly, deliberately, forming a wide, enclosing net. I pushed myself harder, my lungs burning, my legs screaming. I had to find an exit. There had to be an outside. The corridor seemed to stretch on forever, an endless tunnel of flashing red lights and unblinking eyes. I could hear the soft, rhythmic thudding again, closer now, coming from somewhere ahead. The processing, the harvest. I rounded a corner, nearly tripping over my own feet, and saw it. A massive metal door, different from the others. It looked like an industrial loading bay, scarred and rusted, but clearly an exit. A single green light glowed above it. Hope, blinding and desperate, surged through me. I lunged for it, my hand reaching for the thick, rusted bar that served as a handle. My fingers closed around the cold metal, and I pulled with all my might. It groaned. It resisted. It was heavy, far heavier than I expected. The unblinking figures were gaining on me. Their slow, deliberate walk closing the distance. Unit will be reintegrated. The voice echoed. I pulled again, my muscles screaming, tears streaming down my face. The door began to move, scraping against the concrete floor, a deafening shriek of metal on metal that momentarily drowned out the alarms. A gap appeared, a sliver of gray light, different from the harsh fluorescence, filtered in. Outside. There was an outside. I squeezed through the gap, my body scraping against the rough edges of the doorframe. I fell, tumbling onto something soft and cold. Grass. Real grass. I scrambled to my feet, gasping for air, and looked around. The outside. It was not what I expected. Not a street. Not a forest. Not even a desolate, abandoned landscape. I was in a vast, open field, stretching as far as the eye could see under a perpetually overcast, gray sky. The air was still, silent, save for the faint, distant hum that was now everywhere, resonating from the very ground beneath my feet. And in this field, standing in neat concentric circles, facing a massive, black, monolithic structure in the distance were thousands of them. Thousands of figures, standing motionless, their bodies perfectly still, their faces pale, their eyes wide and unblinking, like statues carved from flesh and bone. An army of vessels, stretching to the horizon, all facing the dark monolith. My breath hitched. This was not an escape. This was just a bigger cage. The metal door behind me slammed shut with a final, echoing clang. I spun around, my heart pounding, my eyes wide with terror. The door was sealed. I was trapped. I took a step back, then another, my eyes darting from the endless rows of unblinking figures to the ominous black monolith, then back to the sealed door. There was nowhere to go. No escape. The distant hum intensified, growing louder, deeper, vibrating to the ground, through my bones. When I finally saw Arthur Vance, it was not in some dramatic, cinematic confrontation, but in the most mundane place imaginable to produce aisle of a brightly lit grocery store. I was reaching for a bag of organic kale, Alera's preferred brand. I would learn when I felt a prickle on the back of my neck. It was not the feeling of being watched. Not exactly. It was more like a sudden, icy jolt, a memory that was not mine but felt utterly immediate, searing through my borrowed mind. My hand froze, hovering over the greens. His face, etched into Alara's memory with the clarity of a nightmare, was unmistakable. Older now, perhaps a little more tired around the eyes, but it was him, Arthur Vance, the man whose house Alara had broken into, the man whose photograph she had stolen. My guilt, even though it was not mine, slammed into me with the force of a physical blow. My stomach churned. My breath hitched. He was standing by the apples, carefully inspecting a gala, completely oblivious. Or so it seemed. Every fiber of my being screamed at me to run, to hide, to melt into the linoleum. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat of pure panic. This was not just a fear of being caught. It was a chilling realization that Alara's past was no longer some distant, abstract concept. It was real. It was here. It was breathing the same air as me, just a few feet away. I ducked behind a towering display of bell peppers, my heart still racing. My hands were clammy, trembling. I could feel the phantom echo of Alara's fear, her desperation, her guilt. It was a suffocating blend of her emotions and my own burgeoning terror. Observer's cruel game, I knew, was not just about making me live Alara's life, it was about making me feel every consequence, every dark ripple of her past actions. And this, right here, was a tidal wave. I waited, crouched low, until I heard the distant rumble of a shopping cart fading away. Only then did I dare to peek. He was gone. The relief that washed over me was so profound it left me weak-kneed. I staggered out of the aisle, abandoning the kale, my grocery trip utterly derailed. I just needed to get out, to breathe, to escape the suffocating presence of Alara's past. That encounter became a shadow that followed me everywhere. Every face in the crowd, every car that slowed down, every unexpected knock at the door sent a jolt of dread through me. Living Alara's life was a constant tightrope walk. Her apartment, her job, her friends, they were all mine now, but they felt like props in a play I was forced to perform. I would wake up, and for a split second, I would be me, the person I was before Observer. Then the mirror would show me Alara's face, and the memories, her habits, her very essence, would flood in, blurring the lines until I was not sure where she ended and I began. It was a slow, insidious erosion of self, far more terrifying than any jump scare. The isolation was crushing. Who could I tell? Hey, I am trapped in someone else's body, and the guy whose house she broke into just walked past me at the grocery store. I would be locked up, or worse. Observer would find a new, more creative torment. So I kept it all bottled up, a churning cauldron of fear and confusion. One particularly lonely Tuesday evening, after a day spent meticulously filing Alara's mundane financial reports and fielding calls from clients I barely knew, I found myself scrolling through Alara's phone. It was full of apps, just like mine used to be. Social media, news, games. And then there was Tinder. I stared at the icon, a small, innocent flame. Alara had clearly used it. There were old conversations, blurred profile pictures, the detritus of casual connections. A strange thought surfaced. Maybe a distraction was exactly what I needed. A fleeting moment of normalcy. A chance to interact with someone who knew neither Alara's past nor my impossible present. A human connection, however superficial, that was not tainted by Observer's game. It felt like a dangerous gamble. Observer, I knew, reveled in twisting the ordinary into the horrifying. But the loneliness, the suffocating weight of Alara's life, it was becoming unbearable. I craved a moment of forgetfulness, a brief respite from the constant paranoia. I scrolled through some profiles, Alara's preferences apparently guiding my thumb. Then I saw him, Mark. His profile picture was a standard, slightly blurry selfie in front of a hiking trail. He had a friendly, open smile, kind eyes. His bio was short. Generic love the outdoors, good food, and great conversation. Looking for someone genuine. He seemed normal, harmless, a safe bet. I hesitated for a long moment, my finger hovering over the like button. Was this a test? Would Observer introduce some new horror through the seemingly innocuous date? The thought was chilling, but the desperation for a break, for just one evening where I did not have to constantly guard against Alara's past, won out. I swiped right. To my surprise, we matched almost instantly. His message popped up a minute later. Hey, Alara, great to match. You seem really interesting. We exchanged a few messages, a polite measure back and forth about work and hobbies. He suggested dinner for Thursday night. I agreed, a strange mix of apprehension and a flicker of something akin to hope stirring within me. Maybe, just maybe, this would be okay. Maybe I could just be Alara for a few hours, without the crushing weight of her secrets or my impossible predicament. Thursday arrived with a gray, drizzling sky, mirroring the churning anxiety in my stomach. Getting ready felt surreal. I stood in front of Alara's mirror. Putting on a dress, she owned a simple black number that was flattering but not too flashy. I applied makeup, carefully, trying to mimic the way Alara did it, a skill that now felt unnervingly natural. My reflection stared back Alara's face. Alara's eyes, but behind them, me, a stranger in a stranger's skin, preparing for a date with another stranger. It was a hall of mirrors, each reflection distorting the truth a little more. My phone buzzed. Mark, on my way. See you soon. I took a deep breath, trying to steady my nerves. This was just a date, a normal, everyday occurrence. Nothing to worry about, but the insidious voice of Observer, or perhaps just my own amplified paranoia, whispered, nothing is normal anymore. He picked a restaurant downtown, one of those trendy spots with exposed brick and dim lighting. When I walked in, he was already there, nursing a sparkling water. He stood up as I approached, a genuine smile on his face. He was taller than I expected, with dark hair and those kind eyes I would seen in his photo. Alara, hi, I am Mark. Great to finally meet you. His voice was warm, friendly. Hi, Mark, you too. I managed a smile, tried to project an air of confidence I did not feel. The initial small talk was awkward, as it always is on first dates. We talked about our jobs. I vaguely described Alara's marketing role, trying to remember enough details to sound convincing. He was an architect, which sounded respectable. He asked about my hobbies, and I tried to recall Alara's interests: hiking, reading, attempting to bake. It felt like I was pulling information from a dusty archive in my brain, trying to present it as my own lived experience. Mark, however, seemed perfectly at ease. He was a good listener, nodding thoughtfully, making eye contact. Too much eye contact, perhaps. Sometimes his gaze would linger, a fraction too long, and I would feel a subtle prickle of unease. Not enough to be alarming, just enough to register as a faint alarm bell in the back of my mind. So, Alara, he said, leaning forward slightly, his voice dropping a little, you seem like someone with a lot on your mind. You have a very thoughtful air about you. My heart gave a little lurch. Oh, do I? I tried to sound casual, but my guard instantly went up. Was he seeing through me? Was this Observer's doing? He chuckled, a low, pleasant sound. Yeah, in a good way. It is refreshing. Most people just want to talk about themselves. You know, he paused, taking a sip of his water. But I get the feeling there is more to you than meets the eye. A cold knot formed in my stomach. More to me than meets the eye. He had no idea how true that was. Or did he? The thought was terrifying. I forced a laugh. Well, I guess everyone has their hidden depths, right? He just smiled, a knowing glint in his eyes that made my skin crawl. Some more than others. Alara, some more than others. The rest of the dinner passed in a haze of forced pleasantries on my part and increasingly unsettling observations on his. He seemed to notice every little thing: how I fiddled with my napkin, how I sometimes hesitated before answering a question, how my eyes would dart around the room. He framed it as being observant and attentive, but to me, it felt like I was under a microscope. He did not ask anything overtly invasive, but his comments, like little needles, pricked at my already frayed nerves. You know, he said as we were finishing our dessert, a rich chocolate lava cake that Alara apparently loved. I had a feeling about you before we even matched. Just a gut feeling. He leaned back, a casual pose that belied the intensity in his gaze. Like I knew you, somehow. That was it. My internal alarms blared. My breath caught in my throat. Knew me. How could he possibly know Alara? Or worse, how could he know me? This was Observer. This had to be Observer. Pulling strings, orchestrating this perfectly innocent-looking encounter into something sinister. Oh, I managed, my voice a little too high. What do you mean? He just smiled again, that same unsettling, knowing smile. Just a feeling. Call it intuition. Or maybe, he added, his voice dropping to a near whisper. Some people are just destined to cross paths, no matter how much they try to avoid it. My blood ran cold. Try to avoid it. That phrase. It echoed the very essence of my predicament. I was trying to avoid Alara's past, trying to avoid the consequences, trying to avoid being her. And here was this man, this seemingly normal Tinder date, uttering words that felt like a direct message from Observer himself. I knew with absolute certainty that I needed to end this date. Immediately. Well, Mark, this has been interesting, I said, pushing my chair back. But I really should get going. It has been a long day. He did not argue. He simply stood up, his smile never faltering. Of course. Let me drive you home. It is the least I can do. Oh, no, you do not have to. I quickly protested, already imagining the relief of getting into a taxi, of putting distance between myself and this unervingly perceptive man. I can just call a rideshare. Nonsense, he said, already pulling out his wallet to pay the bill. It is no trouble at all, and I would not let a lady walk alone this late. His tone was polite, firm, leaving no room for argument. Trapped. The words screamed in my head. I was trapped in Alara's body, trapped in this conversation, and now, trapped in a car with a man who seemed to know far too much. The drive to Alara's apartment was mercifully short, but every second felt like an eternity. The silence in the car was thick, heavy with unspoken things. I stared out the window, pretending to be absorbed by the city lights, while my heart pounded a frantic rhythm against my ribs. I could feel his eyes on me occasionally, quick glances in the rearview mirror. I imagined him dissecting my every movement, every nervous twitch. Finally, he pulled up to the curb outside Alara's building. The familiar brick facade, the small patch of grass, the dim glow of the street lamp, it had never looked so inviting. Well, here we are, he said, turning off the engine. The sudden quiet was deafening. He turned to me, his smile still in place, but his eyes held a depth that was utterly chilling. Thanks for a really great night. Alara, thanks. Mark. I mumbled, fumbling with the door handle. I just wanted to be out, to be safe behind the locked door of Alara's apartment. I had a good time. The lie felt bitter on my tongue. I practically scrambled out of the car, slamming the door shut a little too forcefully. I did not look back, not at first. My feet hit the pavement, and I walked briskly toward the entrance of the building, my hand already reaching for my keys. The cool night air felt like a balm on my overheated skin. Just a few more steps. Just a few more. I unlocked the door, pushed it open, and slipped inside, the click of the lock echoing loudly in the silent lobby. My shoulders sagged with relief. I leaned against the door, taking a few deep, shaky breaths. I was safe. I was finally safe. But the unease lingered, a cold, clammy hand on my neck. Something felt wrong. The silence outside was too profound. I walked over to the small peephole in the door, my heart still thudding. It was a habit I would develop since inhabiting Alara's body, a constant need to check, to verify, to ensure the world outside had not suddenly twisted into something monstrous. I pressed my eye to the tiny lens, and then I saw it. Mark's car. It was still there, parked directly across the street from Alara's building, under the dim glow of a flickering street lamp. And he was still inside, just sitting there, watching. A fresh wave of terror, colder and more potent than anything I would felt all night, washed over me. My breath hitched, a strangled sound in my throat. He was not leaving. He had not just dropped me off, he was waiting. My mind raced, trying to find a rational explanation. Maybe he was checking his phone. Maybe he was waiting for traffic to clear, though there was barely any at this hour. But the way he was sitting, perfectly still, his car dark, like a predator patiently observing its prey, there was nothing rational about it. I backed away from the door, my hands trembling. My apartment, which had been my only sanctuary in this nightmare, suddenly felt like a glass cage. Every window, every thin wall seemed to betray my presence. I felt exposed, vulnerable, utterly alone. I crept to the living room window, pulling back a corner of the curtain just enough to peer out. His car was still there, a dark, silent sentinel. I could not see him clearly through the tinted windows, but I knew he was there, watching. Hours crawled by. I did not dare turn on many lights, fearing he would notice. I paced the apartment, a frantic caged animal, occasionally peeking through the curtain. Every time, his car was there, unmoving, unblinking. It was like a scene from a horror movie, but this was my horror movie, and I was the terrified protagonist. My phone felt heavy in my hand. Who could I call? The police. My Tinder date is just sitting in his car across the street. They would tell me to get some sleep, that he would eventually leave. They would not understand the deeper terror, the chilling connection to Observer, to Alara's past, to the overwhelming sense of being hunted. The thought of Observer made my blood run cold. Was this his doing? Was Mark just a pawn, another carefully placed piece in Observer's cruel game? Or was Mark something else entirely? A stalker. Someone from Alara's past who knew more than he let on. The ambiguity was almost worse than knowing. Around 3 a.m., I finally slumped onto the couch, exhaustion warring with terror. My eyes burned, my head throbbed. I must have drifted off, because the next thing I knew, a faint gray light was filtering through the blinds. Dawn. My heart leaped. Had he gone? I sprang up, rushed to the window, and pulled back the curtain. His car was gone. A wave of immense relief, so powerful it almost brought me to my knees, washed over me. He was gone. He was finally gone. I was safe. The sun was coming up. The nightmare was over. I stumbled into the kitchen, desperate for coffee, my hands still shaking but with a new lightness. I was making my way to the coffee maker when something caught my eye. On the small welcome mat just outside Alara's apartment door, something was sitting there, a small dark object. My blood ran cold again. The relief evaporated, replaced by a fresh surge of dread. He had not just left. He had left something behind. My feet felt like lead as I approached the door. I hesitated, my hand hovering over the doorknob. What if it was a trap? What if he was still out there, just waiting for me to open the door? But the curiosity, the morbid need to know, was too strong to resist. I slowly, cautiously, unlocked the deadbolt and pulled the door open a crack. I peered out. Nothing. The hallway was empty. I opened the door wider and looked down. There it was. A small, dark brown envelope, tucked neatly onto the mat. It was not sealed. My heart hammered. My hands were shaking so badly, I almost dropped it when I picked it up. It felt heavy, substantial. I closed the door, locked it again, and leaned against it, clutching the envelope to my chest. I took a deep breath, steeling myself, and then slowly, carefully, I slid open the flap. Inside, there was no note, no message, no cryptic warning. Just a photograph. It was an old photograph, slightly faded with crinkled edges. It showed a young woman, smiling brightly, her arm around a man. They were standing in front of a house, a quaint, older home with a porch swing. My breath caught in my throat, my eyes wide and fixed on the image. The woman in the photograph was Alara. Younger, yes, but undeniably her. And the man beside her, it was Arthur Vance. Younger too, with a full head of hair, but it was him. And the house was unmistakably the one from Alara's memory. The house she had broken into. The house I had broken into in that terrifying, forced recollection. This was not just a photograph. This was the photograph. The one Alara had been searching for. The one she had stolen from Arthur Vance's house. My mind reeled. How did Mark get this? Why did he leave it? The implications crashed down on me, one after another, like a series of devastating blows. Mark had not just been a creepy Tinder date. He was connected, deeply connected, to Alara, to Arthur Vance, to the very secret that had haunted me since I woke in this body. And then, the most terrifying realization of all, colder and sharper than any Blade observer, was not just making me live Alara's life. He was actively orchestrating it. He was weaving new threads into the tapestry of her past, creating new horrors, new consequences, all specifically designed for me. This was not a game I was just observing from within. This was a game where the rules were constantly shifting, where every interaction could be a trap, and where the past was not just a memory, but a living, breathing entity, constantly reaching out to drag me deeper into its suffocating grip. I stared at the photograph in my hand. Alara and Arthur Vance smiling back at me from a time long past. My heart was a frozen lump in my chest. The horror was not just that Mark had left us, or that he knew. The horror was the absolute, crushing certainty that this was just the beginning. Observer was watching, always watching, and the game had just gotten infinitely more dangerous. I was no longer just living Alara's life. I was being hunted by it, and I had no idea what or who would come next. The notification had been a gut punch, a cold, hard slap to the face in the middle of that desolate barn. User 734 Observer has liked your profile picture. He was watching me. Not just watching the profile, but watching me. The spectral entity trapped in the stolen flesh, using the stolen phone in this stolen life. The sheer audacity, the meticulous cruelty of it, had made my borrowed blood run cold. My mind, a swirling vortex of confusion and terror, had struggled to process the implications. He knew where I was, what I was doing, what I was thinking. Every move, every desperate, fumbling attempt at understanding had been observed, cataloged, and, I now realized, orchestrated. I remember the phone slipping from my trembling fingers, clattering against the dusty floorboards of the barn. The screen, still glowing with that chilling notification, became a beacon of my despair. My human eyes, unfamiliar with tears, had nonetheless welled up with a phantom sense of loss, profound, aching loneliness that transcended the physical. I wanted to scream, to rage against the injustice, but the body I inhabited felt weak, spent, its human vocal cords incapable of producing anything more than a dry, ragged gasp. The last thing I recall was the encroaching darkness, not just the fading light of dusk outside the barn, but a deeper, more insidious blackness that seemed to seep into my very bones. A strange, sweet scent, cloying and heavy, had wafted through the air, overriding the usual musty smell of straw and decay. My head had grown heavy, my limbs leaden, and the world had tilted precariously before dissolving into nothingness. It was not sleep, not in the human sense. It was a forced shutdown, an erasure, a void. Waking up was like surfacing from a deep, suffocating ocean. My eyes fluttered open, struggling to adjust to the dim, filtered light. The first thing I registered was the unfamiliar softness beneath me, a stark contrast to the rough hay of the barn. I was lying on a bed, a real bed, complete with sheets and a comforter that smelled faintly of lavender and something else, something clean, yet unsettlingly sterile. My head throbbed, a dull, insistent ache that vibrated behind my eyes. My mouth was dry, and a bitter taste lingered on my tongue. For a moment, a fleeting, terrifying moment, I did not know where I was. Panic, cold and sharp, began to prick at the edges of my consciousness. Then, the memories rushed back the barn, the phone, the notification. Him. And with them, the chilling realization that I was no longer in the barn. I pushed myself up, my muscles protesting with a stiffness that was becoming all too familiar in this borrowed body. The room was a bedroom. Clearly, a small, cozy space, tastefully decorated in shades of cream and soft blue. There was a dresser, a nightstand with a lamp, and a window covered by heavy floral curtains. It all felt domestic, normal, and that in itself was terrifying. This was not the putrid basement or the dilapidated barn. This was someone's home. Her home. A jolt went through me, a sickening lurch in my borrowed stomach. This was the apartment of the woman whose body I inhabited. The details, which I had only glimpsed in her online profile, were now surrounding me, tangible and real. This was her life, meticulously curated, now defiled by my unwilling presence. The thought made my skin crawl. It was like wearing a dead person's clothes, but the clothes were their very being, and I was trapped inside. I swung my legs over the side of the bed, my bare feet landing softly on a plush rug. The floorboards creaked faintly as I stood, a sound that echoed in the unnatural silence of the apartment. My clothes were different too. The tattered jeans and grimy shirt from the barn were gone, replaced by a clean, simple cotton nightgown. He had changed me. The thought sent a fresh wave of nausea through me, a profound violation that went beyond the physical. Cautiously, I moved towards the bedroom door. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat in the quiet apartment. Each step felt heavy, deliberate, as if I were wading through thick treacle. I reached the door and slowly, tentatively, turned the knob. It clicked, but the door did not open. I tried again, twisting harder, pulling. Nothing. It was locked. A cold dread began to seep into my bones. I was not just in her apartment. I was trapped in it. I rattled the handle, then pounded on the solid wood with the flat of my hand. A desperate, futile gesture. Hello. My voice rasped, thin and unfamiliar. Is anyone there? The only answer was the echo of my own voice, swallowed by the oppressive silence. My gaze darted around the room, searching for anything, any clue. The window. I rushed to it, tearing back the heavy curtains. Sunlight, bright and blinding, streamed in, momentarily disorienting me. I blinked, my eyes adjusting, and peered out. Below was a bustling street, cars moving in a steady stream, pedestrians strolling along the sidewalk. Trees lined the street, their leaves of vibrant green. It was a normal, vibrant city scene, but I was several stories up, high above the street, in what looked like a typical apartment building. The window itself was a double-paned affair, the kind that slid open vertically. I fumbled with the latch, pulling it up, then pushing. It would not budge. It was locked tight, perhaps even sealed. I pressed my palm against the glass. It was thick, unyielding. No escape there. A fresh wave of panic, more intense this time, washed over me. My breath hitched in my throat, my lungs suddenly feeling too small to hold enough air. This was not just a physical trap. It was a psychological one. He had placed me here, in her world, to torment me with the very life I had stolen, now locked away. I backed away from the window, my eyes scanning the room as if it might reveal a hidden passage, a secret escape route. There was none, just a perfectly normal, perfectly inescapable bedroom. Taking a deep, shaky breath, I forced myself to calm down. Panic would not help. I needed to be methodical, to understand parameters of my new prison. I turned back to the door, pressing my ear against the wood, listening. Nothing. No sound from outside the room, no distant hum of appliances, no voices. Just silence, heavy and complete. I knew with a certainty that chilled me to the core, that he was behind this. He had moved me. He had locked me in. And he was watching. The thought made the hairs on my arms stand on end. I tried the door again, rattling the handle, then shoulder barging it with what little strength this body possessed. It was solid, unyielding. A deadbolt perhaps, or something more sophisticated. With a sigh of frustration, I moved into the rest of the apartment. The bedroom led directly into a small living room. It was furnished with a comfortable-looking sofa, a coffee table with a stack of magazines, and a bookshelf filled with books and framed photographs. This was the most jarring part, the photographs. They were of her, smiling, laughing, with friends, with family. A life, vibrant and full, now reduced to these frozen images. My spectral self recoiled, a profound sense of guilt twisting in my non-existent gut. I was defiling her memory just by being here, in her skin, in her home. On the coffee table, next to the magazines, was a sleek silver tablet. My heart leaped with a flicker of hope. Communication. A way to call for help. I snatched it up, my fingers fumbling with the power button. The screen flickered to life, revealing a simple lock screen. No password required. I swiped it open. The screen immediately displayed a single app, opened a messaging client. And there at the top of the chat history was user 734 Observer. My breath caught in my throat. The last message, sent just moments ago, read welcome home. My blood ran cold. He was not just watching, he was communicating. And this was his message. The sense of violation deepened, turning my borrowed stomach into a knot of ice. I scrolled to the past messages, a growing horror gripping me. There were dozens, hundreds of them, all from user 734 Observer, all sent to her profile. They were not creepy or threatening in the traditional sense. They were observations. Saw you at the coffee shop today. Your latte art was perfect. Your new dress looks lovely. You seemed distracted during your morning run. Hope you enjoyed the concert last night. They were mundane, innocent enough on their own, but taken as a whole, they painted a chilling picture of meticulous, relentless stalking. This was not just a random stranger. This was someone who knew her routine, her habits, her preferences. Someone who had been an invisible shadow, a constant presence in her life for years. And then, I saw it. A message from 6 months ago. He is coming soon. You will be ready. My spectral self screamed. A silent, internal shriek of pure terror. This was not just about me being trapped. It was about her being prepared. Prepared for what? For me. Had he somehow influenced her life, her choices, to make her the perfect vessel, the perfect victim? The putrid smell of the basement, the lingering scent of her life being suffocated, suddenly made sense. It was not just a figurative death, it was a slow, deliberate poisoning, a preparation for the inevitable. I dropped the tablet as if it had burned me. It clattered against the coffee table, the screen still glowing with that horrifying message. My hands were shaking uncontrollably. This was not a game, it was a meticulously planned, long-term operation. I was just a piece on his chessboard. I stumbled backwards, my eyes wide with a terror that clawed at my throat. I needed to get out. Now, I rushed to the living room window, identical to the one in the bedroom. Same thick glass, same unyielding lock. I tried to force it, grunting with effort, but it held firm. I glanced around the living room, my gaze falling on a small, decorative vase on a shelf. It was heavy, ceramic. My only thought was to smash the window, to create an opening, any opening. I grabbed the vase, my hands trembling, and raised it above my head. But as I brought it down, a voice, calm and clear, echoed from the tablet on the coffee table. Do not bother. The glass is reinforced. You will only hurt yourself. I froze, the vase still poised in my hand. My head snapped toward the tablet. There was no one there. No sound of a speaker, no video call. Just a voice emanating from the device itself. as if he were speaking directly through it. "You are not going anywhere, my friend," the voice continued, smooth and utterly devoid of emotion. "Not until I am ready for you to move on to the next stage." My heart pounded a frantic drum against my ribs. He was not just watching, he was listening. He was speaking to me through the tablet, through her tablet. I dropped the vase. It hit the rug with a muffled thud, but did not break. My eyes darted around the room, searching frantically. Where was he? How was he doing this? Was he in the building? Watching from across the street. "There is no need to search," the voice said, a faint, almost imperceptible chuckle woven into its calm tone. "I am always with you, always watching, always listening." The word sent a shiver of ice down my spine. It was true. The observer was not just a username, it was a literal description. He was omnipresent, a digital phantom weaving through my existence. My gaze fell on a small, almost invisible pinhole camera embedded in the smoke detector on the ceiling. Then another, tucked discreetly into a decorative clock on the wall. And another, barely visible in the corner of a framed picture. My stomach churned. This apartment was not just a cage, it was a surveillance chamber. Every inch, every corner, every breath I took was being recorded, analyzed, observed. "I have made sure you will be comfortable," the voice continued, oblivious to my horror. "There's food in the fridge, fresh water, everything you need, except, of course, a way out." I stumbled back, collapsing onto the sofa, my legs suddenly too weak to support me. My mind raced, trying to make sense of this nightmare. Why? Why me? Why this body? What was the game? "You are wondering why." The voice seemed to read my thoughts, its tone almost pedagogical. "It is simple. You are a unique specimen. A soul without a body without a soul. A perfect canvas for my experiments." Experiments. The word hung in the air, heavy and sinister. "This is just the beginning," the voice added. "The first step in your re-education, your reintegration. We have so much to learn together." The tablet screen, which had dimmed, suddenly brightened again. A new message appeared, directly from user 730 for Observer Hungry. "There's a sandwich in the fridge. Your favorite. My favorite." My spectral self did not have a favorite, but she did. He knew her favorite. He was mocking me, taunting me with the life he had stolen, the life I was now forced to live. I pushed myself up, driven by a primal need to confirm the extent of his control. I walked into the small kitchen, connected to the living room. It was immaculate, spotless. The fridge hummed softly. I pulled open the door, and there it was, a plate covered in cling film with a perfectly made turkey and Swiss cheese sandwich, cut diagonally just as she liked it. Next to it, a small container of sliced apples and a bottle of water. My stomach, the borrowed stomach of this human body, rumbled. It was a visceral, undeniable hunger, a need that was completely alien to my spectral nature. The horror of my situation was compounded by the mundane reality of human survival. I was trapped, terrified, and yet this body demanded sustenance. I stared at the sandwich, a profound sense of despair washing over me. He was not just providing food, he was demonstrating his absolute control. He knew what she liked, and he was using it to feed me. It was a twisted psychological torture. The days that followed blurred into a monotonous cycle of fear, hunger, and a gnawing sense of hopelessness. The apartment, initially a source of terror, slowly transformed into a gilded cage. Each morning, without fail, fresh food and water would appear in the fridge, always her favorites, always meticulously prepared. Sometimes it was a sandwich, other times a salad, or a small portion of pasta. I never saw anyone bring it. I never heard a sound. It was as if the food simply materialized, a chilling testament to his unseen presence. I tried everything to escape. I scoured the apartment for tools, for weaknesses in the walls, the floor, the ceiling. I tried to pry open the windows with a butter knife, then with a sturdy spoon from the kitchen. The glass held firm, refusing to yield even a hairline crack. I tried to pick the locks on the doors, using hairpins and paper clips I found in a drawer. They were too complex, too secure. I even tried to communicate with the outside world, shouting from the windows when I heard people below. But my voice, muffled by the thick glass, was lost in the city's hum. No one looked up. No one heard. The tablet became my only link to him, and to the outside world, however distorted. He would send messages, always calm, always observational. You seem restless today. Perhaps a book would help. I notice you did not finish your breakfast. Are you feeling unwell? The sun is particularly bright this afternoon. Enjoy the warmth. Sometimes he would send images, pictures of the outside world, taken from different angles of the apartment building. A street vendor, a couple walking their dog, a child playing a park. It was his way of reminding me that life was going on vibrant and free, just outside my prison, and that he was out there, observing it all, observing me. One evening, as dusk settled over the city, casting long shadows across the living room, a new message appeared on the tablet. I think it is time you saw your old home again. My blood ran cold. My old home, the abandoned house, the basement, Mark, the surge of power, the sickening thud, the chilling flicker of satisfaction in Mark's eyes. A video played automatically on the tablet. It was a live feed, grainy but clear enough. The camera was inside the abandoned house. Specifically, it was pointed at the hole in the basement wall, the one I had burst through in my spectral form. The camera slowly panned, showing the putrid, decaying space, the overturned furniture, the general filth. And then it stopped, focusing on something in the corner. It was Mark. He was sitting on the floor, leaning against the wall, his eyes open, staring blankly ahead. He was alive, but he looked empty. His skin was pale, almost translucent. His lips were parted slightly, as if he were about to speak, but no sound came out. He was completely still, like a mannequin. My spectral self recoiled. What had he done to him? Mark had been a host, a vessel for him. But now he looked like a discarded puppet. The camera zoomed in slightly, focusing on Mark's chest. There was a faint, almost imperceptible rise and fall. He was breathing, but barely. He was a husk, a shell, a monument to his power. He served his purpose. The voice in the tablet said, its tone as placid as ever, a necessary step in your journey, a reminder of what happens when one resists. A wave of nausea swept over me. This was psychological warfare, pure and simple. He was showing me the consequences of defiance, reminding me of my own helplessness. The video feed ended, replaced by a single message: you are the chosen one. Embrace your new life. Embrace it. How could I embrace this nightmare? This stolen body, this constant surveillance, this puppet master pulling my strings from the shadows. Days bled into weeks. The apartment became my entire world, its walls both a sanctuary and a tomb. The human body, once a source of constant discomfort, slowly began to feel familiar. I learned its rhythms, its needs, its strange sensations. The hunger, the thirst, the ache of muscles, the dull throb of a headache. They were no longer alien, but a part of my new, horrifying reality. It was a terrifying assimilation, a slow, insidious process of becoming her, becoming human. The loneliness was a crushing weight. I was desperate for human contact, for a voice that was not his, for a face that was not a photograph. I tried talking to the cameras, pleading, begging, raging, but he never responded verbally, only through the tablet, with his calm, unsettling messages. One night, I sat on the sofa, staring blankly at the unyielding windows. The city lights twinkled outside, a distant, mocking reminder of the world I was cut off from. The tablet, sitting on the coffee table, suddenly chimed. A new message. I think you are ready for the next phase. My heart leaped into my throat. The next phase. What did that mean? More torment. More revelations. Look in the closet. The message instructed. My hands were trembling as I walked into the bedroom and opened the closet door. It was filled with her clothes, neat and organized. But on the top shelf, perched prominently, was a small, ornate wooden box. I reached for it, my fingers brushing against the smooth, polished wood. It was heavier than it looked. I brought it down and placed it on the bed. There was no lock, just a simple clasp. Inside, nestled on a bed of dark velvet, was a single, shimmering object. It was a necklace, a delicate silver chain with a pendant shaped like an eye. Not a human eye, but an abstract, stylized eye made of a dark, almost black gemstone that seemed to absorb the light around it. It was beautiful in a sinister, unsettling way. As I reached for it, the tablet chimed again. A gift, a symbol of our bond. You're the observer now. 2. My fingers closed around the cold metal of the necklace. As I lifted it, the gemstone I seemed to pulse faintly, a deep, resonant thrumming that resonated not just in my hands, but deep within my spectral core. A wave of dizziness washed over me, sensation being pulled, stretched, connected to something vast and ancient. I looked at my reflection in the dresser mirror, the necklace clutched in my hand. The face staring back was hers, but the eyes were mine, filled with profound, unutterable horror. Put it on, the voice commanded, its tone losing some of its placidness, replaced by an edge of anticipation. It will complete you. My hands, moving as of their own accord, brought the necklace to my throat. The silver chain was cool against my skin. I fumbled with the clasp, my fingers clumsy. As it clicked into place, a jolt like static electricity shot through my entire being. The world blurred. Sound became distant, muffled. My vision narrowed, focusing only on the gemstone eye, which now glowed with an internal, malevolent light. It was not just a necklace, it was a conduit, a connection. And then, I understood. I was not just trapped in her apartment, in her body. I was being transformed. He was not just playing a game, he was creating something. A new observer, a new vessel for his omnipresent gaze. My own consciousness, my spectral self, felt stretched thin, diluted, as if being diffused into a larger, darker entity. I was still me, but I was also more, or less. I was becoming a part of him. The apartment, which had once felt like a cage, now felt like an extension of myself. The cameras, the locks, the reinforced windows, they were not just external barriers, they were internal ones, locking me into a new, terrifying reality. The tablet chimed one last time. A single word appeared on the screen, not from user 734 Observer, but from a new, chillingly familiar sender. It was from me. The message read, "It is time to watch." And as I stood there, the gemstone I pulsing against my chest, I felt a new sensation stir within me. Not just fear or despair, but something else. A cold, detached curiosity. A profound, unsettling awareness of everything around me. Every subtle shift in the air, every distant sound from the city below, every microscopic detail of the apartment. I was observing, and I knew, with a certainty that froze my very soul, that this was only the beginning of my true horror. The game was not about escaping. It was about becoming. And I was already losing. You know that feeling when the floor drops out from under you? That is what it felt like, watching that notification flash on Sarah's phone. Sending his location now. It was not just a jolt, it was the entire world, as I knew it, shattering into a million sharp, glittering pieces. One moment, I was a desperate ghost in a borrowed body, trying to save an innocent. The next, I was looking at a potential predator or an accomplice, or maybe even my true captor, disguised as a friendly face. Her smile, which had seemed so warm and genuine just seconds before, now felt like a carefully constructed mask, a thin veneer over something utterly cold and calculated. My heart, or rather, Mark's heart, hammered against my ribs, a frantic drum solo of pure terror. My mind, usually a chaotic storm of observers' commands and my own futile defiance, went utterly silent, save for a single, screaming question: what have I walked into? Observer, through Mark's eyes, saw my internal panic. I felt a familiar, sickening jolt, a tightening in my chest that was not Mark's anxiety, but Observer's direct digital intervention. It was a silent warning, a reminder of who was truly in control. My hands, Mark's hands, clenched under the table, knuckles white. I wanted to scream, to lash out, to rip that phone from her grasp and demand answers. But I could not. I was a puppet, and my strings were being pulled by a master puppeteer who seemed to delight in my torment. Sarah, oblivious to the internal earthquake I was experiencing, tucked her phone back into her purse. "Anyway," she said, her voice light, "it was really nice meeting you. David, I should probably get going." David. The name tasted like ash in my mouth. It was Observer's creation, a persona built on stolen data, designed to lure her in. But now, it felt like I was the one being lured. I forced Mark's lips into a polite, if strained, smile. "You too." "Sarah," I managed, the words feeling foreign and heavy. Every fiber of my being screamed at me to say something, anything, to break free from Observer's hold and warn her or expose her. But the mental block was absolute. It was like trying to shout underwater. We stood up. The coffee shop, which at moments ago felt like a potential battleground for my freedom, now felt like a stage, and I was just an actor in a play I did not understand, directed by a madman. As we walked towards the exit, Sarah chatted about her plans for the afternoon, about needing to pick up some groceries, about a friend's birthday party next week. Each mundane detail was a fresh stab of horror. How could she be so normal, so casual, after sending? What? And to whom? Was she sending my location? Mark's location? Was she sending Observer's location? The thought was absurd. Observer was everywhere, nowhere a digital phantom. Was she sending the location of some other poor soul? Another pawn in this twisted game. The possibilities swirled, each more terrifying than the last. We said our goodbyes outside. Sarah gave Mark a small, friendly hug. Her touch sent a shiver down my spine, a mix of Mark's residual human warmth and my own icy dread. It felt like the touch of a spider, not a friend. Then she walked away, disappearing into the bustling street, leaving me, or rather, Mark, standing there, a hollow shell. The moment she was out of sight, Observer's grip tightened. The world around me blurred, the colors desaturated, the sounds muted. It was a familiar sensation of being pulled back, of the body I inhabited becoming less mine, less Mark's, and more just a vessel for Observer's will. "Well done." David, a voice, synthesized and devoid of emotion, echoed directly in my mind. It was Observer. The first interaction was a success. She is intrigued. The narrative progresses. Intrigued. I wanted to scream. She sent someone my location, but the words were locked away. Observer never acknowledged my thoughts directly, only responded to my internal state with control. The journey back to the cage, the small, nondescript apartment where Observer kept Mark's body confined, was a blur. I was barely aware of the streets, the people, the sounds. My mind was a maelstrom of fear and confusion. Was Sarah playing Observer? Was she playing me? Was she the spider, and Observer merely the web she spun? Or was she Observer's true victim, and the notification was a cry for help, an attempt to warn someone, anyone, that she was being watched, followed, controlled? The last thought was a desperate lifeline, a flicker of hope that she was not completely lost. But it was a faint flicker against the growing darkness. Back in the apartment, the suffocating silence pressing on me. The blinds were always drawn, the air stale, the only light from a single floor lamp that cast long, dancing shadows. Observer, as always, retreated into the digital ether, leaving me alone with Mark's body and my spiraling thoughts. Weeks passed, weeks of agonizing uncertainty. Observer continued to control Mark, forcing him into a routine of meaningless tasks browsing the internet, watching documentaries, sometimes even just sitting utterly still, staring at a blank wall. It was a psychological torture designed to break me, to make me long for any shred of interaction, even with my tormentor. During this time, Observer would occasionally show me glimpses of Sarah's life, like a twisted reality show. I would see her through her own phone camera or through a hacked webcam, or sometimes, chillingly, through Mark's own eyes as Observer forced him to follow her at a distance. She went to work, met friends, bought groceries. She seemed normal. Too normal. The David persona was put on hold after that first meeting. Observer seemed to be letting things simmer, letting Sarah wonder about the mysterious David who had such an intense, silent presence. This only deepened my paranoia. Why the pause? Was it to allow the other person, the one whose location she would send, to make their move? Then one evening, Observer decided to offer a new form of entertainment. He forced Mark to open Sarah's dating app. Yes, her dating app. The same dating app I would have been so sure she was not on, the one that made Observer's initial David charade so insidious. Now, there was, glaring at me from the screen, populated with dozens of faces. My stomach churned. Had she lied to me, or had Observer forced her onto this app after our meeting? The latter seemed more likely, a new layer of control, a fresh avenue for his narrative. He was molding her life, brick by brick, into something of his own design. Observer did not give me control, of course. He controlled Mark's fingers, swiping through profiles, pausing on some, dismissing others. It was like watching a ghost operate a puppet, but the puppet was Mark, and the ghost was Observer, and I was trapped inside, a screaming passenger. Then, Observer paused on a profile. A man in his late 20s, handsome in a rugged, outdoorsy way. His name was Ethan. His bio was short, almost innocuous loves hiking, old movies, and interesting conversations. Nothing overtly alarming. Observer made Mark swipe right. A match. My heart sank. Another pawn. Another David. Observer, with chilling efficiency, began to craft messages. He made Mark type, mimicking Sarah's casual, slightly witty style, engaging Ethan in conversation. I was forced to watch, a silent witness to Observer's meticulous construction of a new interaction. The initial messages were innocuous enough shared interests, typical dating app banter. Ethan seemed normal, if a little eager. He asked Sarah about her favorite hiking trails, her thoughts on classic films. It was all so mundane. Then, about a week into their digital exchange, Ethan dropped a bombshell. It was late, after Sarah had already gone to bed. Observer had forced Mark to check her messages. You know, Ethan typed, the message appearing on the screen. I have a bit of a unique hobby. Most people find it a little strange, but I am an honest guy. My blood ran cold. Even before the next message appeared, I felt a tremor of dread. Observer, of course, made Mark type a response, a casual. Oh, do tell. Now you've got me curious. Ethan's reply came quickly. I collect people's hair. The words hung in the digital air, stark and horrifying. My mind reeled. He collects people's hair. Not just hair, people's hair. It was not a hobby, it was an obsession. A dark, unsettling one. I felt a surge of nausea. Mark's body reacting to my internal horror. This was not just strange, it was deeply, fundamentally disturbing. Was this another one of Observer's creations? Another character in a sick play? Or was this a genuine, terrifying encounter that Sarah was walking into, and Observer was simply allowing it, perhaps even orchestrating it for his own twisted amusement. Observer forced Mark to type Sarah's response. It was crafted to be mildly intrigued, slightly amused, but with a hint of caution. Wow, that is unique. Like strands from brushes, or Ethan's next message was even more chilling. Oh no, not just from brushes. I mean, yes, those too, but I prefer personal collections. A lock from someone I have met, someone I admire. It tells a story, you know, a piece of them preserved. A piece of them preserved. The phrase echoed in my mind, a cold, clinical statement of possession. This was not a quirky hobby, it was a predatory impulse, thinly veiled. My skin crawled. Mark's body felt clammy. Observer made Mark type a few more messages, keeping Sarah's persona cool and collected, asking more questions, feigning curiosity. I was forced to read Ethan's elaborate explanations of his collection, how he meticulously cataloged each lock, noting the person, the date, the circumstances. He even sent a photo, a discreetly blurred image of what looked like a display case, filled with small label vials, each containing a different shade of hair. It was like a macabre trophy cabinet. My internal scream was deafening. This was beyond creepy. This was a red flag the size of a billboard. An observer was making Sarah engage with him. He was facilitating this. Was this observer's new David? Another trap for Sarah? Or was this something else entirely? A new element observer had introduced to his game, a new source of potential fear and chaos. The next day, observer forced Mark to follow Sarah. She was at a coffee shop, meeting a friend. I watched her, searching for any sign of distress, any indication that she was truly creeped out by Ethan. But she seemed fine, laughing with her friend, completely unaware that her digital life was being manipulated and that a man who collected hair was now part of her narrative. This helplessness was a new kind of torture. Before, I was just trapped, forced to watch my old life disappear. Now, I was trapped, forced to watch her life be twisted and jeopardized, and I could not even tell her about the impending danger. And the worst part was, I still did not know if she was an innocent victim or a willing participant. Her sending his location. Notification still haunted me, a constant whisper of betrayal. The messages with Ethan continued over the next few days. Observer, through Mark, made Sarah express a mix of fascination and mild apprehension. Ethan, emboldened, started suggesting they meet in person. You seem like someone with a truly unique story, he typed, and I would love to collect it. The double entendre was chilling. I could feel Observer's satisfaction radiating through Mark's body. He was enjoying this. He was watching me squirm, watching Sarah unknowingly walk deeper into the web. The thought occurred to me, was I going to be a part of Ethan's collection? Was Mark's hair my hair? Observer's hair, already cataloged somewhere. The idea made me want to claw my way out of Mark's skin. Then, Observer made Mark type a message from Sarah, agreeing to meet Ethan. It was for a casual coffee at a busy public place. My heart pounded. This was it. The next step in Observer's chilling narrative. The day of the meeting arrived. Observer forced Mark to follow Sarah. He kept Mark at a distance, far enough not to be seen, but close enough for me to witness everything through Mark's eyes. Sarah arrived first, looking casually elegant, completely unaware of the two unseen presences observing her. Ethan arrived a few minutes later. He was exactly as his profile picture suggested, handsome, with an intense gaze. He smiled, a little too wide, as he approached her. They sat down, ordered coffee. From my vantage point, I could only see their gestures, their expressions. Sarah seemed polite, a little reserved. Ethan was animated, leaning forward, talking excitedly. I imagined him talking about his collection, about the stories in people's hair. Observer kept Mark's body perfectly still, a silent, unblinking observer of the scene. The seconds stretched into minutes, each one filled with suffocating dread. I strained to hear their conversation, but it was impossible. I could only watch, helpless. Then, about 20 minutes into their meeting, Ethan did something that made my blood run cold. He reached across the table, his hand moving with a disturbing swiftness. Sarah flinched, but he was quicker. He gently, almost imperceptibly, plucked a single strand of hair from her head. Sarah looked startled, a flash of annoyance crossing her face. Ethan, however, just smiled, a small, triumphant curve of his lips. He held up the strand, examining it with almost reverent intensity, before carefully placing it into a small, clear vial he pulled from his pocket. He then capped it and slipped it back into his jacket. Sarah stared at him, her expression a mix of shock and discomfort. She said something, her tone sharp, but I could not hear the words. Ethan, still smiling, seemed to be placating her, perhaps apologizing, perhaps explaining. My stomach churned. This was not just creepy, it was a violation. An observer had orchestrated it. He had led Sarah directly into this man's path, knowing full well what Ethan did. The meeting ended shortly after that. Sarah stood up abruptly, her posture stiff. She did not hug Ethan, did not even shake his hand. She simply turned and walked away, her pace quick, her back straight. Ethan watched her go, his smile lingering, a predatory glint in his eyes. Observer then made Mark turn and walk in the opposite direction, away from Sarah, away from Ethan. He was done with his scene, the narrative having progressed to his satisfaction. Back in the apartment, Observer did not offer any commentary. He just left Mark's body in the usual state of suspended animation, leaving me to replay the scene in my mind, over and over. Ethan's smile, the swift plucking of the hair, the vial. It was all so deliberate, so chilling. Days turned into another week. Observer continued to monitor Sarah and continued to force Mark to check her dating app messages. Ethan had sent a follow-up message, a polite apology for his enthusiasm, claiming he could not resist a particularly beautiful specimen. Sarah had not replied. Then, Observer made Mark open Sarah's email. There was a new message from an unknown sender. The subject line was simply a gift. My heart hammered. This could not be good. Observer opened the email. It was from Ethan. The message was short, unsettlingly poetic. I could not help but notice how the light caught your hair today. A truly unique shade. I thought you might appreciate a little something to remind you of our meeting. Attached to the email was a photo. It was a close-up of a lock of hair, a vibrant, rich brown, unmistakably Sarah's. It was displayed in a tiny, ornate silver locket, nestled in a velvet box. The locket was beautiful, antique-looking, but the contents in the sender made it utterly horrifying. But that was not the worst part. Below the photo, there was a tracking number. A package was on its way to Sarah's address. Ethan was not just sending a picture, he was sending the actual locket, with her hair inside it, to her home. My breath hitched. This was no longer just a creepy online interaction. This was escalation. This was a physical invasion, a declaration of intent. Ethan was marking his territory. He was sending her her own hair as a gift. An observer was letting it happen. No, not just letting it happen, he had facilitated it. He had created the circumstances. He had brought Ethan into Sarah's life. The horror was multifaceted. There was the immediate, visceral repulsion of Ethan's actions. There was a sickening realization of Observer's manipulation, his cold, calculated orchestration of fear. And then there was the lingering, burning question of Sarah. Was she still an innocent victim, now unknowingly targeted by a hair-collecting predator brought into her life by a digital puppet master? Or was she a player in this game, perhaps even the true architect? And this gift was part of a larger, more sinister plan that the trapped ghost, was still blind to. The lines were so blurred, the narrative so twisted, that I no longer knew to fear more the unseen observer, the predatory Ethan, or the smiling Sarah. I was deeper in Observer's game than I ever imagined, utterly alone and now, not just betrayed, but completely surrounded by shadows, with no idea where the next knife would come from, or whose hand would be holding it. All I knew was that I was still trapped, still forced to watch, and the horror was only just beginning to truly unravel. The surge of power that ripped through me, through Mark, was like a lightning strike in the suffocating gloom of that basement. It was not a physical push, not really. It was something deeper, a pure expulsion of my spectral self, aimed directly at his smug, knowing face. His eyes, already wide with the thrill of his twisted revelation, went wider still. A gurgle escaped his throat, a sound like water going down a drain, as he stumbled back, tripping over the very mannequin parts he would so proudly displayed. He hit the dirt floor with a sickening thud, a cloud of dust rising around him. He lay there, gasping, not moving, his face contorted in a mixture of pain and disbelief. But there was something else there, too, something that chilled me to my core, a flicker of satisfaction, as if even this, my desperate act of defiance, was just another predictable outcome in his meticulously crafted experiment. Another lesson. The moment I saw that look, the nascent surge of empowerment that had momentarily eclipsed my fear dissolved into pure, unadulterated terror. This was not a victory, it was just another step in his game. The basement, with its putrid, organic stench, the unearthed box, the diary, the horrifying mannequin parts had all solidified into a single, inescapable truth. I was utterly, completely trapped. My stolen body, heavy and clumsy, moved on instinct up the rickety stairs, each creak a scream in my ears. The house above was dark, silent, but no longer a haven. It was a cage, every shadow a potential watchman, every silence pregnant with his unseen presence. The putrid smell, usually confined to the basement, seemed to cling to the very air I breathed, a constant reminder of the rotting secrets beneath my feet, and perhaps the rotting humanity he was trying to force upon me. I burst through the front door, not bothering to close it, and scrambled out into the night. The forgotten town was a patchwork of crumbling asphalt and skeletal trees, their branches clawing at a sky devoid of stars. My lungs burned with each ragged breath, a painful reminder of the fragile vessel I now inhabited. My legs ached, my head throbbed, and the alien fear he had instilled in me drove me forward, a frantic, desperate animal. I ran until my muscles screamed, until the world swam before my eyes. My spectral self recoiled from the exhaustion, the pain, the sheer limitation of this human form. It felt like trying to escape a fire while wearing lead boots. But I could not shed it. Not yet. Not ever. Maybe that was his design. I did not stop until I reached the edge of town, finding myself in a landscape of forgotten farmland, where dilapidated barns sagged like tired old men and rusted machinery lay half buried in overgrown fields. One barn, larger and more secluded than the rest, caught my eye. Its roof had mostly collapsed, but a small, relatively intact section offered a sliver of shelter. I slipped inside, the air thick with dust and the ghosts of long-gone livestock, curling up on a pile of moldering hay. I tried to make sense of it all. The diary, the one before me, the lineage of experiments. Mark's chilling words of museum is for you a neurostimulant designed to break your resistance and force you to embrace your humanity. My humanity, the very thing I despised, the very thing that made me vulnerable. He wanted me to accept this prison, this flesh. Sleep offered no escape. Nightmares more vivid and terrifying than any I would experience as a spectral entity clawed at me. I saw Mark's satisfied smirk, the mannequin parts twitching, his unseen gaze following me through endless corridors of bone and flesh. I woke with a gasp, drenched in sweat, my heart hammering against my ribs. Days blurred into a monotonous cycle of scavenging for food, mostly stale bread, and whatever discarded scraps I could find in hiding. The barn, while offering temporary respite, was far from safe. The putrid smell, my constant companion, seemed to follow me, or perhaps it was me carrying it, a scent of death clinging to my very skin. I was constantly looking over my shoulder, every rustle of leaves, every distant dog bark, sending a jolt of ice through my veins. The isolation was profound. a heavy blanket that smothered any hope. The human body, I quickly learned, had needs beyond just food and shelter. It craved connection, information, a sense of belonging. My spectral self might have been able to exist in blissful ignorance of the world, but this fleshy prison demanded engagement, and a part of me, a tiny, terrified human part, yearned for it. One afternoon, driven by an unbearable loneliness and a desperate need to understand the world he had thrust me into, I found myself drawn to a small, abandoned general store in a truly forgotten corner of the town. Its windows were boarded up, but a side door hung ajar, revealing a dim, dusty interior. Inside, amidst overturned shelves and scattered debris, I found an old, beat-up smartphone lying half buried under a pile of newspapers. It was cracked, dirty, and unbelievably still at a faint charge. My fingers, clumsy and unfamiliar with such a device, fumbled with it. The screen flickered to life, showing a generic lock screen. After a few attempts, I managed to guess the simple pattern. The phone was old, slow, but functional. It was a lifeline, or so I hoped. I had no idea how to use it, really. My spectral existence had been free of such earthly contraptions. But I remembered seeing people on the streets, absorbed in these glowing rectangles. I remembered Liam, his fingers flying across his own device. I started by cautiously exploring the apps, recognizing some of the icons from my brief observations. There was a browser, a camera, and then a series of social media apps. YouTube, Instagram, Twitter, even a dating app I vaguely recalled Liam mentioning. A strange, morbid curiosity took hold. Whose phone was this? What kind of life had they led? I began to scroll through the previous owners' accounts, a voyeuristic peek into a stranger's past. It was unsettling, but also a distraction from my own terrifying reality. Then a thought, cold and sharp, pierced through the haze of my anxiety. He had said the house was a trap, every interaction planned. Mark had been an accomplice. What if the surveillance was not just physical? What if he'd been watching me even before I pushed Liam, even before I inhabited this body? With trembling fingers, I navigated to the search bar on IU2B. I hesitated for a long moment, my breath catching in my throat. This body had a name, a former identity. It was a name he had undoubtedly given me, or allowed me to keep. I typed it in. The profile that appeared was mine. Or, rather, hers. The girl whose body I now wore. Her pictures, her friends, her life, all laid bare. It was a surreal, sickening experience, like looking into a distorted mirror. I scrolled through old posts, mundane updates, cheerful photos with friends I would never met. A pang of something akin to grief, a human emotion I barely understood, flickered within me. This girl, she had a life, and he had taken it. Then I noticed it. Not a specific post, not a comment. It was a pattern. A tiny, almost imperceptible detail that, once seen, could not be unseen. On almost every single one of her posts, especially the more recent ones, there was a like from a profile I did not recognize. The profile picture was a blank silhouette, the name a string of random letters, and numbers user 734 observer. No friends, no post of its own. Just a relentless, silent presence. It had liked her photos, her status updates, even comments she would make on other people's posts. It was a digital ghost, always there, always watching. My blood ran cold. This was not just some random bot. The likes were too specific, too consistent. They spanned months, even years. And then, the realization hit me with the force a physical blow the likes had intensified in the weeks leading up to my arrival in this body. I switched to Instagram. Same thing. User 734 Observer had liked her selfies, her travel photos, her food pictures. Every single one. It was a digital shadow, always a step behind, always witnessing. Twitter, same. LinkedIn, same. Even an obscure photography sharing site, she would apparently use years ago. Same. It was not just that he was watching this body now. He had been watching her for a long time. He had chosen her, selected her, prepped her, and then he had put me in her. My hands started to shake uncontrollably, the phone clattering against the dusty floor of the barn. The putrid smell seemed to intensify, wrapping around me like a shroud. This was not just surveillance, this was a meticulous, years-long stalking. He had not just found me, he had found her, and then he had orchestrated the entire scenario. From my initial push of Liam to my current horrifying predicament. The museum is for you, Mark had said, every interaction planned. And it was not just the interactions with Mark. It was every step of this body's life, every digital footprint. He knew her habits, her friends, her dreams. And now he knew mine, because they were inextricably linked to hers. My mind raced, a whirlwind of fear and a horrifying clarity. If he knew all this, if he had been watching her for so long, then he knew everything about this body, its weaknesses, its memories, its instincts, and he was using them against me. The lessons were not just about forcing me to accept humanity, they were about forcing me to become her, to erase my spectral self and replace it with the person he had so carefully cultivated. The phone lay on the ground, its dim screen still displaying the chilling evidence of his omnipresence. I picked it up again, my fingers still trembling, and scrolled further down the Instagram feed. Older posts, photos from years ago, a picture of her standing in front of a small, quaint house, smiling. It was the house, the abandoned house where Mark had found me, the house he had chosen for me. My breath hitched. This was not just a random abandoned house. This was her house, her childhood home, perhaps the place where she had grown up, where her memories were ingrained in the very walls. And he had brought me there, to that specific house, knowing its significance to the body I now inhabited. It was a psychological torture chamber, designed to dredge up her past, to make me feel her emotions, to break down my resistance by forcing me to embody her history. The putrid smell, I realized with a fresh wave of nausea, was not just the basement. It was the house itself. It was a lingering scent of death, of a life stolen, of a soul slowly being suffocated. A new, terrifying thought emerged. If he had been watching her for so long, if he knew her life inside and out, then he might have even orchestrated the accident, or whatever it was, that had made her body available for me. The idea that he might have killed her just to put me inside her skin was a chilling possibility that sent shivers down my spine. I could not stay in the barn. Nowhere was safe. He had found me once. He would find me again. The digital trail was proof of his reach, his patience, his terrifying thoroughness. I needed to move, but where? Every road, every town, every digital connection felt like a thread leading back to him. My spectral self screamed for release, to shed this heavy, vulnerable skin and simply vanish. But the pain of this body, the fear, the hunger, anchored me. He had done his work well. I stumbled out of the barn, the phone clutched tightly in my hand. The moon was a sliver in the sky, casting long, distorted shadows that twisted into grotesque shapes. Every shadow felt like user 734 observer, a silent, unseen presence. As I walked, aimlessly at first, a cold, metallic taste filled my mouth. It was not blood, but something akin to it, a taste of primal fear. My mind, a strange amalgam of my spectral instincts and this body's human anxieties, began to process the implications of the social media discovery. He was not just a force, he was an intelligence. A meticulous, patient, utterly ruthless intelligence. The team was not just Mark. It was a network of surveillance, the careful selection of a victim, the psychological manipulation. The lessons were about more than just accepting humanity. They were about accepting his control, his narrative, his definition of who I was meant to be. I found myself on a deserted stretch of highway, the blacktop stretching endlessly into the darkness. A faint glow on the horizon suggested a distant town, a possibility of anonymity, of escape. But the memory of user 734 Observer flickered in my mind, a constant reminder that anonymity was an illusion, an escape, perhaps an impossibility. Suddenly, the phone in my hand vibrated. My heart leaped into my throat. I looked down, dreading what I might see. It was not a call or a text. It was a notification. From IU2B. User 734 Observer has liked your profile picture. My profile picture. The one I had not even looked at since I found the phone. The one that was probably years old. The one that was of her. A cold sweat broke out over my entire body. It was not just past surveillance. It was active. He was watching me right now. He knew I had found the phone. He knew I was looking. This was not a coincidence. It was a deliberate message. A chilling affirmation of his reach. I threw the phone as far as I could, watching it tumble end over end before shattering against the asphalt with a pathetic crunch. The silence that followed was even more terrifying than the notification, because I knew with absolute certainty that destroying the phone would not make him go away. It would only make me more isolated. The road ahead seemed to stretch into an endless void, and behind me, the darkness of the forgotten town pulsed with his unseen presence. The putrid smell, the ghost of Mark's satisfied smirk, the endless likes of user 734 Observer, they all converge into a single, suffocating realization. I was not just in a stolen body. I was a pawn in a game I could not comprehend. A prisoner in a reality he had meticulously constructed around me. And the lessons, I knew, were far from over. You know, sometimes the scariest stories are not about monsters hiding under your bed, or things that go bump in the night. Sometimes the real horror is a slow, creeping realization that you are just a puppet, dancing on strings pulled by an unseen hand, and that everyone around you might just be another prop in a play you never auditioned for. That is where I was. Trapped, a ghost in someone else's gilded cage, watching my previous life. Mark, flicker on a loop, a constant, chilling reminder of what happens when user 734 Observer decides you are done. The horror was not just my imprisonment. It was the insidious way Observer was weaving a new narrative, using Sarah's life as his twisted script, and me, in my host's body, as the reluctant lead. The David charade, the stolen details busted the dog, the coffee shop, the mountain pendant. It all pointed to one thing: Sarah was next. Or maybe she was already part of it. I had to warn her. It was a desperate, illogical thought born from the suffocating dread of that lavish apartment. But it was the only thought that felt remotely mine. The only thing that offered a sliver of purpose beyond just existing as a living doll. Days bled into a monotonous haze of forced routines, of wearing her clothes, eating her food, watching her shows, all under the unblinking eye of Observer. My only connection to the outside world, the tablet, was also my leash. I would spend hours staring at it, at the dating app, at the now horrifying profile of David, try and decipher Observer's next move, try and find a loophole, a crack in the gilded bars. Then, one morning, the tablet chimed with a notification that was not a new message from David or another surveillance feed. It was from Observer, direct and stark, filling the entire screen. It is time for an outing. Do not disappoint me. My breath hitched. An outing. After weeks, maybe months, of total confinement. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic bird trapped in a cage. Was this freedom? A test? Or another layer of the game? I stared at the words, my mind racing, trying to find a catch. The hidden trap. There was always a trap. A new message popped up, a single address, a coffee shop, and a time. She will be expecting you. Sarah. A cold dread settled over me, heavier than any excitement. This was not freedom. This was Observer pulling a new string, setting a new scene. He was not letting me go. He was sending me on an errand, a twisted mission. My purpose was still to warn Sarah, but now I had to do it under his direct supervision, knowing he was watching every move, listening to every word. The thought was paralyzing. What if he wanted me to warn her, only so he could twist my words, turn me into the villain? Or worse, what if this was all a setup for Sarah's capture, and I was the unwitting bait? The apartment door, previously an impenetrable barrier, clicked open with a soft, almost mocking sound. It stood ajar, inviting me into a world I would almost forgotten. The outside, the actual outside. Stepping out was like plunging into cold water. The air, crisp and real, hit my face, a stark contrast to the sterile, climate-controlled apartment. The sound of traffic, distant sirens, the murmur of a city, it was overwhelming, a sensory assault after the silence of my prison. Every nerve ending screamed, a mixture of exhilaration and terror. I was walking, breathing, moving without the constant, suffocating pressure of those four walls. But the invisible chains still held me. Observer was still watching. I could feel his gaze, a phantom weight on my back, a prickling sensation on my skin. The cab ride was a blur. I stared out the window, at the passing buildings, the faces of strangers, all living their lives, unaware of the silent horror unfolding around them. My reflection in the glass stared back, not my face, but her face. The host's face. A stranger's face. I had to remember to act like her, to smile like her, to talk like her. Observer had given me a role, and I had to play it perfectly or risk God knew what. Mark's looped video flashed in my mind. The coffee shop was bustling, a warm, inviting aroma of roasted beans and sugar wafting out onto the street. It was exactly the kind of place Sarah would frequent, given the details Observer had meticulously stolen from her life. My stomach churned, a knot of anxiety tightening with every step. I was about to meet the woman whose life was being systematically dismantled, and I was the one sent to deliver the message, or perhaps to be part of her downfall. I scanned the faces inside, my heart thumping a frantic rhythm. Then I saw her, sitting at a small table by the window, nursing a latte, her eyes fixed on the street. Sarah. She looked exactly as she did in the pictures David had shown me, warm, friendly, with a kind smile playing on her lips even in repose. A mountain pendant, exactly like the one David had described, rested against her collarbone. My blood ran cold. This was real. This was happening. Taking a deep breath, I forced a smile onto my host's face, trying to mimic the easy confidence I would see in her own mirror. Sarah, I said, my voice a little shaky, but hopefully passing for nervousness. She looked up, her eyes widening slightly in recognition, a genuine smile blooming on her face. Oh, hey, you made it. I was starting to wonder. She gestured to the empty chair opposite her. Please sit. I sat, my hands clammy, my mind a whirlwind of conflicting emotions. Here she was, this real, breathing woman, completely oblivious to the elaborate, terrifying game being played with her life. How could I tell her? How could I explain that the man she was falling for was a fabrication, a phantom created from her own stolen memories, and that the person sitting across from her was not even who she appeared to be? Observer was watching. I knew he was watching. Every word I uttered, every gesture, would be scrutinized. Sorry, I managed, forcing a small laugh. Traffic was a nightmare. So glad we finally got to do this. I have heard so much about you. The lie tasted like ash in my mouth. I had heard so much about her, but not from a mutual friend or a casual acquaintance. I would heard it from a digital puppet master, a manipulator who feasted on stolen lives. Sarah chuckled, a pleasant, genuine sound. Oh, really? From whom? My mind raced. I could not say David. Not directly. That was the trap. Oh, just around the office. You are quite the legend, actually. Everyone talks about your amazing presentations, your knack for problem solving. I try to make it sound natural, like typical office gossip. Observer had given me enough details about her, my host's professional life, to pull it off. Sarah, blushed slightly. Oh, stop it, you. That is sweet of you to say. She took a sip of her latte, her gaze thoughtful. So, what brings you to this part of town? I usually do not see you around here. Another hurdle. Just, trying new places. And honestly, I heard this coffee shop had the best chai latte, and I am a bit of a connoisseur. I force another smile, try and project an air of casualness. Inside, I was screaming. I needed to pivot, to find a way to warn her without tipping off Observer. We chatted for a while longer, about work, about trivial things. Every word felt like walking on eggshells. I tried to subtly probe, to see if she had any inkling of the digital ghost David, or the strange occurrences. So, have you been up to anything exciting lately? Any new hobbies? Or, interesting online connections? I try to make it sound innocent, casual. Sarah paused, a slight frown creasing her brow. Online connections. What do you mean? My heart sank. She clearly was not aware of the David profile. Or she was an incredibly good actress. Oh, just, dating apps, social media groups, that kind of thing. It feels like everyone's connecting online these days. She laughed, a little dismissively. Oh, not me, really. I mean, I have my social media, but I am not really into the dating app scene. Too many weirdos, My blood ran cold. She was not on dating apps. Not actively, anyway. Which meant David was even more of a fabrication than I thought. He was not connecting with her on an app. He was just using her details. This made my warning even more critical, but also infinitely harder. How do you warn someone about a phantom relationship they do not even know exists? Yeah, I totally get that. I said, try to keep my voice even. It can be a lot, but sometimes you meet genuinely nice people, too. I was trying to plant the seed to make her think about the possibility. The conversation drifted, and I felt a growing despair. Observer was probably enjoying this, watching me squirm, watching me fail. I could almost hear his silent, mocking laughter. The coffee shop was warm, the chatter around us a comforting hum. But to me, it felt like the antechamber of a nightmare. My mind raced, trying to formulate a plan. Should I just blurt it out? Sarah, you are in danger. There's a man. He is using your life. He is watching you. The words felt absurd, paranoid. She would think I was crazy. An observer would undoubtedly shut down the entire operation, perhaps even punish me in some unspeakable way. Then she pulled out her phone. It was a casual gesture, the kind everyone makes a dozen times a day. She would have been talking about her dog, Buster, and how he would learn a new trick. Oh, I actually have a video of it, she exclaimed, her face lighting up. My gaze, however, was not on her face. It was on the screen of her phone, which she held up for a moment before navigating to her gallery. But in that brief, fleeting second, as her thumb swiped across the screen, I saw it, a message notification. My heart stopped. It was not a casual text. It was a chat app, one I recognized from my own host phone. The contact name was obscured by the quick movement, but the message itself was clear, stark against the bright screen. Sending his location now. And right beneath it, a tiny, pulsing blue map icon. My breath hitched, a choked sound escaping my throat. My eyes widened, fixed on that screen, on those words. His location. Whose location? My mind screamed. Was it David's? Observer's? Or mine? Sarah did not seem to notice my sudden stillness, my strangled gasp. She was already tapping, her finger dancing across the screen, pulling up the video of Buster. Look how cute he is, she said, her voice full of pride. But I could not look at Buster. I could not hear her words. All I could see was that message burned into my retina. Sending his location now. The blood drained from my face, leaving me feeling cold and hollow. The pleasant hum of the coffee shop faded, replaced by a roaring in my ears. The world tilted on its axis. My carefully constructed plan, my desperate mission to warn her, shattered into a million pieces. This was not what I expected. This was not Sarah being oblivious. This was not Sarah being a victim I needed to save. This was something else entirely. Something far more terrifying. My gaze snapped back to her. Her smile, previously so warm and genuine, now seemed to twist into something sinister, a mask I had not recognized. Her eyes, which I would thought kind, now held a glint I could not quite decipher. Was it cunning, knowledge, or just the innocent gleam of someone showing off their beloved pet? I did not know. I could not tell. And that was the most horrifying part. "Are you okay?" Sarah asked, her smile faltering slightly as she finally looked at me, noticing my pale face, my wide, unblinking eyes. "You look like you've seen a ghost." A ghost? That is exactly what I was. A ghost in a borrowed body. Trapped in a game I did not understand. A game where the lines between victim and perpetrator had just blurred into an indistinguishable, terrifying mess. My throat was dry, my tongue thick. I tried to speak, to ask, to demand an explanation, but no words came out. My mind was reeling, trying to process the implications. If she was sending my location, to whom? Was she working with Observer? Was she another one of his pawns, tasked with tracking me? Or was she somehow my captor? The thought was so absurd, so utterly twisted, that it made my head spin. But in Observer's world, absurdity was a norm. The mountain pendant around her neck, once a symbol of a stolen life, now seemed to mock me, glinting innocently under the cafe lights. It was not just Sarah's life Observer was using. It was her. It was all of us. We were all connected in this sick, intricate web, and I had just discovered a thread I never knew existed. The air in the coffee shop, once welcoming, now felt thick, suffocating. The cheerful chatter of other customers became a cacophony of meaningless noise. My entire body trembled, a silent tremor that shook me to my core. I had thought I was coming here to be a hero, to save someone. Instead, I had stumbled upon a revelation that plunged me deeper into the labyrinth of Observer's game, a game that was far more complex and far more terrifying than I could have ever imagined. Sarah's concerned expression turned into something else, a flicker of something I could not quite place annoyance, suspicion, or was it just my own paranoia projecting onto her face? "Seriously," she said, her voice losing some of its warmth. "Are you all right? You are really pale." I swallowed hard, forcing myself to breathe, to think. I had to maintain the facade. I had to. Observer was watching. And now, perhaps, Sarah was watching too, just a little lightheaded. I managed to croak out, my voice barely a whisper. Must be the lack of sleep. The lie felt flimsy, transparent. She nodded slowly, her eyes still narrowed slightly, scrutinizing me. The moment stretched, thick with unspoken questions, with the terrifying knowledge I now possessed. I had come to warn her, but it seemed she was the one who held a secret, a piece of information that had just shattered my entire understanding of this nightmare. The horror was not just my imprisonment. It was not just Observer. It was a chilling realization that the person I had desperately tried to save, the person I had believed to be an innocent victim, might just be another player in this game, or worse, someone who was actively working against me. And in that crowded, bustling coffee shop, surrounded by oblivious strangers, I felt more alone, more utterly trapped than I ever had in the gilded cage of that apartment. The invisible strings had just tightened, and I realized I was not just a puppet, but a target, and the person holding the knife, or at least pointing the way, might have just been sitting across from me, smiling. The last thing I remember was a cold, unyielding grip of Observer's will, the bitter taste of that impossible choice burning in my ethereal throat. Exposed Sarah and risk Mark and me, trapped inside and being implicated in Chloe's gruesome murder. or stay silent, a willing accomplice to a horror I could not comprehend. The lines were already blurred, but that moment, that ultimatum, it dissolved them completely. Predator, victim, accomplice, all just roles in observer's twisted play. Then nothing. A void so profound it swallowed the very concept of existence. No pain, no thought, just a terrifying, utter blankness. For a ghost, a screaming echo, that should have been a release. But it was just another cage, another kind of torment. And then, I woke up. It was not the slow, hazy transition from sleep to consciousness you are used to. It was more like being violently slammed back into reality. A sudden, jarring jolt. One moment, nothing. The next, a profound sense of being. And with it, a crushing weight, a dull ache that resonated through every fiber of whatever this was. My eyes fluttered open, or at least, I felt them flutter open. The air was thick, heavy with a scent of dust and something else. Something cloying and sweet, like old potpourri mixed with chemicals. My head throbbed, a dull, insistent rhythm behind my eyes. I tried to sit up, but my muscles felt stiff, uncooperative, as if they had not been used in years. It was like trying to move a body that was not entirely mine, or had not been mine for a very long time. Wait, a body. My own spectral form, my ghostly essence, had been tethered to Mark for so long. I would forgotten what it felt like to have physical sensations. But this was undeniably physical. The rough texture of a blanket against my cheek. The cold seeping into my skin. The faint, metallic tang on my tongue. Panic, cold and sharp, began to claw its way up my throat. This was not Mark's body. This was not my body, not the one I remembered from my living days. This was a woman's body, slender, with long, dark hair that brushed my shoulders as I finally managed to push myself upright. My hands, when I brought them into view, were pale, delicate, utterly unfamiliar. They trembled. Where was Mark? Where was Observer? What fresh hell was this? My eyes, still adjusting to the gloom, scanned my surroundings. I was in a room, a large, rectangular space with high ceilings and no windows. The only light came from a single, bare bulb dangling precariously from the ceiling, casting long, distorted shadows that danced with every subtle shift of air. The walls were faded, peeling wallpaper, patterned with something I could not quite make out in the dimness. And then I saw them. They were everywhere, standing silent, unmoving, their blank, featureless faces staring straight ahead. Mannequins, dozens of them. They filled the room, shoulder to shoulder, a silent, unblinking army. Some were dressed, some were not. Some had wigs, some were bald. They were arranged in loose clusters, like a macabre frozen party. My breath hitched. The air suddenly felt too thin, too heavy. There was something profoundly unsettling about them, the way they mimicked human form but lacked any spark of life. Their plastic eyes seemed to follow me, even though I knew they could not. It was a kind of unsettling stillness that screams wrong. I pushed myself further up, my muscles screaming in protest. I was lying on a makeshift cot, a thin mattress on a metal frame, tucked away in a corner of the room. I was wearing a simple white cotton shift, thin and threadbare. My bare feet touched the cold, concrete floor. As I took in the room, my gaze snagged on something specific. A mannequin directly across from me, maybe 10 feet away. It was wearing my clothes. No, not my clothes from my living life. The clothes I would seen Mark wearing when Observer made him visit Sarah. The faded blue jeans, the simple gray t-shirt, the worn, out sneakers. My heart, or what felt like my heart in this new, borrowed body, pounded a frantic rhythm against my ribs. It could not be Observer. This had to be Observer. He had moved me, transferred my essence, my screaming echo, from Mark's body to this one. And he had brought me here. But why? I forced myself to stand, swaying slightly. My legs felt like jelly, but the sheer terror propelled me forward. I needed to see. I needed to understand. I stumbled toward the mannequin, my gaze fixed on the familiar garments. Yes, definitely. The jeans had that faint tear near the left knee. The t-shirt had a tiny, barely noticeable paint stain on the shoulder that Mark had picked up when he was helping Sarah with her art project of memory that now felt sickeningly hollow. My mind raced, reeling. Observer was not just playing with Mark and Sarah anymore. He was playing with me. He had decided that my choice, my impossible dilemma, was not enough. He wanted to push me further, to break me in an entirely new way. I reached out a trembling hand, my fingers brushing against the cold, plastic arm of the mannequin. It felt unnervingly smooth, like skin. I snatched my hand back, a shiver running down my spine. The mannequin's blank face seemed to mock me, its painted smile fixed and eerie. I started to move through the room, slowly, cautiously, my bare feet making soft thuds on concrete. Each step was a struggle against the stiffness of this unfamiliar body and the overwhelming dread that clung to the air like a shroud. The mannequins were everywhere. They were tall, slender, and unnervingly lifelike in their proportions, even without features. Some were posed dramatically, one arm outstretched, another with a hand on a hip. Others simply stood at attention, like silent sentinels. As I walked, I began to notice a pattern. Many of the mannequins were dressed. And their clothes, they were not just random outfits. There, on a mannequin to my left, was a bright yellow sundress. It was simple, with thin straps and a ruffled hem. My gut twisted. I remembered that dress. Sarah had worn it just a few weeks ago when I, trapped inside Mark, had seen her at the coffee shop. The same coffee shop where she would lied about Chloe being out of town. My breath hitched again. My eyes darted to another mannequin. This one was wearing a pair of faded denim shorts and a white tank top. It was so generic, so common. But then I saw the detail: a small, silver charm bracelet around the mannequin's wrist. It had a tiny, intricate silver locket and a delicate feather charm. Chloe's charm bracelet. The one I would seen on her severed hand, buried in the soil in Sarah's basement. A wave of nausea washed over me. This was not just a random room of mannequins. This was a collection, a twisted, horrifying museum of Observer's victims, or at least their identities. My clothes, Sarah's dress, Chloe's bracelet, each one a chilling memento, a sign that Observer had been here, had taken these things, had orchestrated this macabre display. Observer. I whispered, my voice hoarse, unfamiliar. It was the first sound I would made in this new body, and it sounded weak, fragile. What is this? What have you done? Of course, there was no answer. Just the silent, unblinking stares of the mannequins. But I could feel his presence, cold and pervasive, like a chill wind that seeped into my very bones. He was here, watching, enjoying my terror, my confusion. I continued my slow, agonizing circuit of the room. There were more clothes. A man's plaid shirt, a woman's floral skirt, a child's bright blue jacket. Each item, mundane on its own, became a terrifying clue in this context. Were these other victims? People Observer had used, manipulated, destroyed. The sheer scale of it, the cold, methodical collection, was staggering. It spoke of a mind utterly devoid of empathy, a being that saw humanity as nothing more than puppets and playthings. My gaze drifted back to Chloe's bracelet. The sheer audacity of it, to display her personal effects so openly, so callously. It was a taunt, a reminder of the unspeakable horror in Sarah's basement, and my own complicity in keeping that secret. I tried to find an exit. My eyes scoured the walls, looking for a door, a window, anything. But the walls were solid, unbroken stretches of that peeling wallpaper. It was like being in a box, a giant human-sized dollhouse designed for Observer's twisted games. As I moved past a particularly dense cluster of mannequins, I heard it, a faint creak. It was so subtle, so quiet. I almost dismissed it as my imagination, a trick of the straining light bulb. But then I heard it again, a soft thump. I froze, my head snapping toward the sound. It came from behind me, from a mannequin I had just passed. I slowly turned, my heart hammering. Nothing. All the mannequins were exactly as they had been, frozen in their poses. Their blank faces stared into the middle distance. Just your imagination. I muttered to myself, trying to calm the rising tide of fear. You are panicked. This is what Observer wants. But then, out of the corner of my eye, I saw it. The mannequin wearing Mark's clothes. Its head it seemed to be tilted ever so slightly to the left. Not much. Just a fraction of an inch from where it had been before. My blood ran cold. I stared at it, unmoving, trying to convince myself it was a trick of the light, a lingering afterimage in my vision. But the tilt was distinct. It was subtle, almost imperceptible, but it was there. It was watching me. I backed away slowly, my eyes locked on the mannequin. My breathing became shallow, ragged. This was not just a display. They were not just inert plastic. A sudden, sharp crack echoed through the room. I jumped, spinning around. A mannequin to my right, one that had been standing with its arm outstretched, now had a hairline fracture running down its plastic bicep. It looked as if it had been struck, or had moved too suddenly and cracked under its own pressure. My mind screamed. They were moving. They were alive. Or, at least, something was making them move. Observer. He was here, not just watching, but actively manipulating, playing with my mind, using these inanimate objects to heighten my terror. I felt a primal urge to run, to escape. But where? The room was a labyrinth of silent, staring figures. Every direction seemed blocked. I spotted a door. It was almost perfectly camouflaged against the wallpaper, an old, wooden door painted the same faded pattern. It was tucked away in a shadowed corner, almost as if it did not want to be found. Hope, fragile and desperate, flared within me. I sprinted towards it, my bare feet pounding on the concrete. The stiffness of my muscles was forgotten, replaced by a surge of adrenaline. I reached the door, my trembling fingers fumbling for a doorknob. There was not one, just a smooth, flat surface. My heart sank. A trick. Another dead end. I pounded on the door with my fists, a frantic, futile gesture. Let me out. Observer, you hear me. Let me out of here. My voice cracked, raw with terror. From behind me, a low, guttural groan. It was not human. It was like the sound of grinding plastic, of stress material. I whirled around. One of the mannequins, a tall, bald figure near the center of the room, was leaning forward. Its head was tilted back, its mouth a gaping, silent scream. Its arms were no longer at its sides, they were raised, slowly, mechanically, as if reaching for something. Or someone. My breath caught in my throat. This was not subtle movement anymore. This was undeniable. The mannequins were coming to life. I stumbled backward, tripping over my own feet, landing hard on the cold floor. The impact jarred my new body, sending a fresh wave of pain through my head. I scrambled back, pressing myself against a fake door, my eyes wide with horror. More creaks, more groans. The room was no longer silent. It was filled with the sickening sounds of plastic flexing, of joints grinding. The mannequins were all turning now, slowly, deliberately, their blank faces swiveling towards me. Their arms began to rise, their bodies shifting. They were moving like automatons, like puppets on invisible strings. And I was the sole audience, the only target. My mind flashed back to Chloe's hand. The dry blood under Sarah's fingernails. The locket. Observer's cold, calculated cruelty. This was not just about making me choose. This was about making me suffer. He was stripping away my agency, my very essence, piece by piece. First, trapped in Mark. Now, trapped in this unknown body, surrounded by the ghosts of his past victims, or perhaps the bodies of his future ones. The mannequin closest to me, the one wearing Sarah's yellow sundress, took a step, a slow, deliberate, unnaturally smooth step. Its plastic feet scraped against concrete floor, a sound like fingernails on a chalkboard. Its head, still featureless, seemed to gaze directly into my soul. I wanted to scream, but no sound would come. My throat was tight, constricted by fear. Then I noticed something else, something even more horrifying. On the floor near the feet of the mannequins, where the shadows were deepest, there were small, dark stains. Some were just smudges, almost invisible. Others were more distinct, like dry puddles. They were a dark, rusty red. Blood. Dried blood. My stomach lurched. These were not just mannequins dressed in victims' clothes. These were something else. Something far more sinister. Were these the actual victims, somehow preserved, transformed into these plastic effigies? Was this how Observer kept his trophies? The mannequin in Sarah's dress took another step, then another. Its movements were fluid now, no longer stiff and jerky. It was moving like a person, albeit a person made of plastic. The blank face, the vacant eyes, were now even more terrifying because the body beneath them was moving with purpose. And then a sound, not a groan from plastic, but faint, almost inaudible whisper. It seemed to emanate from the mannequin itself, a breathy, ghostly sigh. Help me. My blood ran cold for the 100th time. It was not a trick of my mind. It was a voice, a woman's voice, distorted, faint, but undeniably there. My eyes darted to the mannequin wearing Chloe's charm bracelet. It, too, was moving now, its head tilted, its plastic arms slowly rising. Its fingers, cold and rigid, seemed to beckon. Chloe. I whispered, my voice barely audible. The whisper came again, from both mannequins, then from others in the room, a cacophony of spectral sighs. Trapped, help us. This was not just Observer's game anymore. This was something far, far worse. The ghosts of his victims, or perhaps their very souls, were trapped within these plastic shells. And I, the ghost who had been trapped in Mark, was now trapped in this new body, surrounded by them. Was this my fate too? To become another silent, staring figure in Observer's collection. The mannequins were closing in. The ones in Mark's clothes, in Sarah's dress, in Chloe's bracelet, and countless others whose identities I could not place. Their movements were slow, deliberate, like a nightmare unfolding in slow motion. The air grew colder, heavy with the scent of dust and the faint, sweet smell of decay. I pressed myself harder against the fake door, my mind racing, desperate for an escape. There had to be a way out. Observer always left a choice, a loophole, however cruel. Then, from the shadows in the far corner of the room, near the ceiling, a faint glint. Something metallic. A camera lens. Observer was watching. He was always watching. And then, a new whisper, colder, more distinct than the others. It seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once, echoing in the vast, empty space. The choice, little ghost, was never truly yours. Only the consequences. And the consequences, my dear, have only just begun. It was Observer's voice. Cold, calm, utterly devoid of emotion. It was not a whisper from the mannequins. It was a voice directly in my mind. A telepathic assault that resonated with the raw power I would come to dread. He had transferred me here. He had placed me in this body, in this room, surrounded by his horrifying trophies. And he was making me listen to the tormented echoes of his victims, knowing that I, a ghost myself, would feel their suffering on a deeper level. The mannequins were almost upon me now. Their blank faces were inches away. I could feel the chill radiating from their plastic forms. The whispers intensified, a chorus of pleading, agonizing voices. Join us, one of us, forever. My eyes, wide with terror, Scanned the room one last time. The camera lens glinted. Observer was watching. He wanted to see me break. He wanted to see me become one of them. And then, my gaze fell upon one final mannequin, tucked away in the deepest shadow, almost overlooked. It was smaller than the others, almost child-sized. It wore a simple, white cotton shift, just like the one I was wearing. And its head was tilted slightly, its blank face seeming to look directly at me. And around its neck, a small, silver locket, identical to the one Observer had sent to Sarah, containing her own hair. But this one had a single, delicate strand of dark, lustrous hair. My hair from my living life. It was not just my clothes on a mannequin. It was not just Observer playing a game. This was my mannequin. This was where I was meant to end up. This body I was currently inhabiting was just a temporary vessel, a final torment before my ultimate, horrifying transformation. The whispers grew louder, more insistent. The mannequins were reaching for me, their cold, plastic fingers brushing against my skin. The scent of dust and decay was overwhelming. I was trapped, not just in a body, not just in a room, but in Observer's endless, horrifying collection. The lines were truly gone now. Predator, victim, accomplice. I was all of them, and I was about to become none of them, just another silent, screaming echo, forever frozen in plastic, eternally watching Observer's next twisted game unfold. My nightmare, it seemed, had only just begun. The lines were so irrevocably blurred, they did not exist anymore. Predator, accomplice, victim, the labels had lost all meaning, dissolving into a sickening, viscous stew of terror and confusion. I was a ghost, a screaming echo trapped inside Mark's skin, and Observer, my unseen puppeteer, was tightening the strings slowly, methodically, until I felt like my very essence would snap. The email from Ethan, the one with the picture of Sarah's hair encased in that antique locket, a tracking number for its journey to her doorstep, had been the final, brutal twist of the knife. It was not just a violation, it was a declaration. Observer had not just arranged the encounter, he was delivering its chilling aftermath, gift wrapped and tied with bow of pure, unadulterated dread. The days that followed were a torturous countdown. Every morning, Observer forced Mark to check the tracking information, watching the locket's progress like a hawk. It moved from state to state, a tiny metallic coffin carrying a piece of Sarah, a piece Observer had stolen, and now returned, corrupted. My mind screamed, begged, pleaded for Mark to destroy the package, to intercept it, to do anything but facilitate this macabre delivery. But Mark was just a shell, and I just a prisoner. Observer's will was absolute. Finally, the day arrived. The tracking status updated to out for delivery. My stomach churned with a sickening blend of anticipation and revulsion. Observer, of course, had Mark positioned perfectly. We were across the street, parked in Mark's car, a mundane sedan that now felt like a mobile torture chamber. Through the tinted windows, I watched Sarah's house, a seemingly normal suburban home, now a stage for Observer's latest act. A delivery truck pulled up, my heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic bird trapped in a cage. Sarah emerged from her house, a soft smile on her face as she greeted the driver. She signed for the package, a small, square box, oblivious of the monstrous payload it contained. She carried it inside, her silhouette disappearing behind the closed door. For a long, agonizing moment, nothing happened. I imagined her unwrapping it, her initial confusion turning to dawning horror as she recognized the locket, the strand of hair, her own hair, now a trophy. I pictured her face contorting in disgust, in fear, in anger. I wanted to see her reaction, to understand if she was truly just a pawn, or if there was something else simmering beneath that pleasant exterior. Then, Observer made Mark move. Not away, not to alert anyone, but closer. He directed Mark to park the car down the street, then to walk. My internal protests were a silent cacophony, a desperate chorus of no, no, no. But Mark's legs moved, one foot in front of the other, towards Sarah's front door. What are you doing? I shrieked internally, my voice raw and hoarse in the echo chamber of my mind. What is the plan? Observer offered no explanation, just a cold, unwavering push, a silent command that propelled Mark forward. We reached the front porch. Mark's hand, guided by Observer, lifted and knocked, a polite, innocuous rap that felt like a death knell. The door opened a crack. Sarah's face appeared, her smile gone, replaced by a look of wary confusion. Her eyes, usually so warm, were clouded with something I could not quite decipher fear. Annoyance. She was still holding the locket. I could see it, clutched in her right hand, the antique silver glinting dully. "Mark," she asked, her voice a little strained. "Is everything okay?" Observer forced Mark to say something innocuous, something about just checking in after their date, asking if she was settling in okay. It was a flimsy excuse, and I could feel the tension radiating off her. But my attention was immediately snagged, pulled away from her expression, from the locket, to something far more horrifying. As she held the door, her fingers, visible in the sliver of light from the hallway, were wrong. Beneath her fingernails, caked into the delicate crescents of white, was a dark, reddish-brown substance. Dried, clotted. It was blood. My internal scream was instantaneous, a soundless explosion that ripped through my consciousness. Blood. Not a tiny speck, not a fresh cut, but dried blood, lodged deep as if she'd been digging, clawing or worse. My mind reeled, trying to reconcile the image of the pleasant, smiling Sarah with this gruesome detail. Was it her own? Had she hurt herself in a fit of terror after receiving the locket? Or was it someone else's? Observer, of course, remained impassive, his grip on Mark unwavering. He forced Mark to maintain a neutral expression, to continue the forced pleasantries. "Yeah, just thought I would say hi," Mark said, the words feeling like ash in my mouth. "Everything all right? You look a little pale." Sarah's eyes darted down to her hand, then back up to Mark's face, a flicker of something unreadable passing through them. She quickly tucked her right hand, the one holding the locket and displaying the gruesome evidence, behind her back. "Oh, I am fine. Just a long day," she said, her voice a little too bright, a little too quick. "And, this just arrived." She gestured vaguely with her hidden hand. "It is quite something." "Oh, what is it?" Mark asked, Observer's puppet strings pulling the question from his lips. It was a cruel irony, forcing Mark to feign ignorance, to play along with this macabre charade. Sarah hesitated, her gaze fixed on Mark's face, searching, calculating. I felt a cold dread crawl up my spine. Was she seeing through the facade? Was she sensing Observer's presence, the silent, malevolent force that now stood on her porch? Just a strange gift from that Ethan guy. She finally said, her voice dropping slightly. "He is a little much." She gave a weak, forced laugh. "Honestly, I am thinking of just throwing it away." My internal voice was screaming, do not you dare throw it away. It is evidence." But she would not hear me. No one ever heard me. Observer then made Mark take a step forward, just a small one, an almost imperceptible lean. "Hey, if you're ever feeling uncomfortable with someone, do not hesitate to tell me. Or anyone. You should not have to deal with that." The words were so utterly hypocritical, coming from a man who was actively being controlled by a manipulative entity, forcing him to be part of the very discomfort he was pretending to decry. Sarah's eyes narrowed slightly. She seemed to be weighing something, a decision playing out behind her gaze. Then she offered another strained smile. "Thanks, Mark. I appreciate that. I really do." She paused and added, "I am just heading to bed. Been a long day. But maybe we could grab coffee tomorrow. I could use a friendly face." My mind exploded. Coffee. Tomorrow. With her. The woman with dried blood under her fingernails, who had just received a terrifying gift from a predatory hair collector. all orchestrated by the unseen entity controlling my every move. This was Observer's game, a new, terrifying level. He was not just observing anymore, he was embedding Mark, forcing him deeper into Sarah's life, into whatever horrifying secret she was hiding, or whatever terrifying fate Observer had planned for her. "Sounds good," Mark said, the words smooth and easy, belying the absolute pandemonium in my head. "Text me the details." "Will do," Sarah replied, and then, with another hesitant smile, she closed the door. The moment the door clicked shut, Observer released his iron grip on Mark's body, allowing me a brief, terrifying moment of internal freedom. I sank to my knees within Mark's consciousness, gasping for breath that was not there, my mind reeling. Blood. I screamed, my thoughts echoing in the void. Dried blood. What did she do? What happened? Observer's response was a chilling wave of satisfaction, a cold, silent hum that resonated through my forced connection to Mark. He was pleased. This was exactly what he wanted. He forced Mark to walk back to the car, to drive home. The entire journey was a blur of my internal panic, and Observer's silent, relentless command. Once Mark was back in his apartment, Observer did not give me a moment's rest. He immediately began to sift through data, pulling up news reports, local police blotters, anything that might correlate with a recent incident, a disappearance, a violent crime. He was looking for the source of that blood, and he was using Mark's eyes, Mark's mind to do it. Hours passed in a haze of forced research. My eyes scanned headlines, my fingers typed search queries, but it was not me. It was Observer, relentless, methodical, building a picture piece by horrifying piece. There were a few local incidents, a missing pet, a couple of burglaries, but nothing that screamed blood under fingernails. Then, Observer shifted tactics. He directed Mark to Sarah's online profiles, not just a dating app he would use before, but her social media, her old college alumni pages, anything. He was not looking for dating history anymore. He was looking for connections, for people she knew, for any subtle shift in her online presence. It was painstaking, mind-numbing work. My internal screams had dwindled to a dull ache, a constant hum of terror beneath the surface. I was exhausted, not physically, but spiritually, mentally. The sheer violation of having my consciousness used in such a way, forced to participate in this escalating horror, was soul-crushing. Around 3 a.m., Observer found something. Not a news report, but a series of comments on Sarah's IU2B page from about a week ago. Her friend, a woman named Chloe, had posted, "Hey, Sarah, have not heard from you in a few days. Everything okay? Call me back when you get a chance XX." A few other friends had echoed similar sentiments. Sarah had not responded to any of them. Her last post was a generic photo of a sunset, dated 2 days before Chloe's comment. This was it. Chloe, a missing friend, and Sarah had dried blood under her nails. The pieces clicked into place, forming a picture so grotesque it made me want to vomit. Observer did not pause. He immediately forced Mark to cross-reference Chloe's name. A quick search revealed her own social media. Her last post was 5 days before Sarah's last sunset photo. It was a selfie with Sarah laughing at a coffee shop. The caption read, "Coffee and gossip with my favorite girl." Sarah Jones. My mind raced. Chloe had been last seen, or at least last active online, a week and a half ago. Sarah's last post was a week ago, and then silence. And then the blood. It was too much of a coincidence. Observer was definitely onto something. But what was his goal? Was he exposing Sarah? Was he framing her? Or was he somehow involved in Chloe's disappearance, using Sarah as a pawn, or even a perpetrator, in some larger, more horrifying scheme? The next day, the coffee date with Sarah loomed like a death sentence. Observer had Mark preparing, dressing in a casual but presentable way, as if this were a normal, innocent meetup. I was a wreck. How could Mark sit across from her, knowing what I knew, knowing what was under her fingernails. We met at a small independent coffee shop downtown. Sarah was already there, sipping a latte, her back to the door. As Mark approached, she turned, and for a split second, I saw it again. Her right hand was resting on the table, and though she had clearly tried to clean them, faint traces of that reddish-brown stain still clung to the edges of her fingernails. It was less obvious, but undeniably there. My stomach clenched. "Hey," she said, her voice a little too bright again. She quickly tucked her hand under the table, as if sensing Mark's, or rather, Observer's gaze. "Thanks for meeting me." Mark sat down. Observer forced a casual smile onto his face. "No problem. How's your day going?" The conversation that followed was a masterclass in forced normalcy. Sarah talked about her job, about a new TV show she was watching, about her plans a weekend. She was trying so hard to be normal, but there was an edge to her voice, a tightness around her eyes that spoke of profound stress, or something far worse. Every time she gestured, every time her hand accidentally came into view, I was fixated on those nails. My mind screamed questions. Where is Chloe? What happened? Did you do this? Observer, meanwhile, was just observing, taking it all in, processing every subtle nuance of her behavior. Then, Observer made Mark pivot the conversation. "Hey, I was scrolling through IU2B the other day." Mark said, his voice casual, and I saw a post from Chloe. She was asking if you were okay. Have not seen her around lately. Sarah's smile faltered. Her eyes, which had been darting around the coffee shop, suddenly locked onto Mark's. The air between them thickened, becoming heavy, suffocating. "Oh, Chloe," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "Yeah, she is fine. Just, busy with family stuff out of town. She will be back soon." The lie was so transparent. It was almost laughable, but there was no humor in it. There was only the cold, hard terror of realization. She was lying. Chloe was not out of town. Chloe was missing, and Sarah knew something about it. Observer pushed Mark further. "Oh, really? I thought she was planning a trip for later in the month. Did not realize she was gone already." Sarah's face went completely blank for a moment, a mass of composure slipping away to reveal something raw and desperate underneath. Then she quickly recovered, forcing a laugh. "Yeah, well, you know Chloe. Always spontaneous. Last-minute plans." She picked up her coffee cup, her hand shaking slightly. My internal voice was a roaring inferno. She is lying. She is definitely lying. Observer, meanwhile, remained utterly silent, absorbing every detail, every micro-expression. He was dissecting her, piece by piece, through Mark's eyes. The rest of the coffee date was a tense, uncomfortable affair. Sarah was visibly agitated, eager to end the conversation. She made her excuses about needing to run errands, and within minutes, we were standing outside the coffee shop, saying our goodbyes. "Thanks again. Mark," she said, her smile utterly devoid of warmth now. "It was good to catch up." "You too." "Sarah," Mark replied, Observer forcing the pleasantries. "Take care." As she walked away, Observer made Mark linger, watching her until she disappeared around the corner. Then he released his grip slightly, allowing me a moment to process the fresh wave of horror. Chloe is gone. Sarah is lying, and the blood is connected. Observer then began to dictate Mark's next actions. He was not done with Sarah, not by a long shot. He had Mark follow her discreetly, keeping a safe distance. He wanted to know where she went, what she did. My mind screamed at the unethical, monstrous nature of this forced surveillance, but I was powerless. Sarah went to a grocery store, then a dry cleaner, then a small hardware store. At the hardware store, she bought a heavy-duty tarp, some rope, and a large bottle of industrial-strength cleaner. My blood ran cold. This was not for spontaneous family trips. This was for something far more sinister. Observer then made Mark return to Sarah's house. But this time, he did not want to knock. He wanted to get inside. No, I shrieked internally. You can't. This is breaking and entering. This is illegal. This is insane. Observer's response was a chilling wave of logic. The law does not apply to me, and you are merely an extension of my will. He forced Mark to circle the house, looking for an entry point. The back door was locked, the windows latched. But then, Observer noticed something. A small, almost imperceptible gap in the window frame of the basement window. It looked old, a little rotted. He made Mark retrieve a small crowbar from Mark's car, a tool I did not even know Mark owned. But Observer seemed to know everything. With practiced ease, Observer guided Mark's hands, prying at the old wood, gently, slowly, until the latch gave way with a soft click. My heart was a frantic drum solo against my ribs. I was about to break into a woman's house, a woman who might be a murderer, a woman who was definitely lying, and I was powerless to stop it. Mark slipped through the narrow opening, landing softly in the dark, musty basement. The air was thick with the smell of damp earth and something metallic, faintly acrid. Observer immediately began to direct Mark's movements, sweeping a flashlight beam around a cluttered space. There were boxes, old furniture, forgotten relics of a life. But Observer was not interested in those. He was searching. Then the beam landed on something in the corner. A pile of old blankets, haphazardly thrown over something large. And from underneath the blankets, a faint, dark stain bled onto the concrete floor. My breath hitched. My internal screams died in my throat, replaced by a cold, absolute dread. Observer forced Mark forward, his steps silent and deliberate. He made Mark reach out, his hand shaking uncontrollably despite Observer's iron will, and pull back the blankets. What lay beneath was not a body, not a person, but something equally horrifying. It was a large plastic storage bin, the kind you would keep clothes in. But this one was different. It was covered in reddish-brown smears, the same color as the dry blood on Sarah's nails. And next to it, on the concrete floor, was a small, rusty shovel, crusted with dried mud and something else. Observer then made Mark lift the lid of the bin. The smell hit me first. A heavy, cloying stench, like decaying meat mixed with something sickly sweet. It was overwhelming, gag-inducing. And then, I saw it. Inside the bin, buried beneath layers of soil and what looked like decaying plant matter, was a human hand. Or what was left of one. It was pale, mottled, and clearly severed. Its fingers were curled, and around the wrist, a small, silver bracelet glinted dully in the flashlight beam. My mind shattered. The ghost of me, trapped within Mark, convulsed in silent horror. This was not just blood on nails. This was dismemberment. This was murder. And the bracelet Observer forced Mark to focus the light. It was a charm bracelet with a tiny silver coffee cup charm. I remembered seeing a similar bracelet on Chloe's social media. In that selfie with Sarah at the coffee shop. Chloe, she was not just missing. She was dead. And Sarah had done this. Or at least, she was involved. Deeply involved. Observer, meanwhile, remained utterly silent, his presence a cold, triumphant hum. He had found what he was looking for. He had led Mark, and by extension, me, directly to the horrifying truth. But why? Why force Mark into this? Why expose Sarah? What was his ultimate goal? Was he a vigilante? A twisted detective? Or something far, far worse, something that orchestrated these horrors for his own perverse amusement? He forced Mark to replace the lid, to carefully recover the bin with the blankets. He made Mark clean up any trace of their entry, meticulously wiping down the window frame, ensuring no fingerprints were left. He was covering their tracks, making it seem as if no one had ever been there, As Mark slipped back out into the night, my mind was a maelstrom of terror and disbelief. I was an unwilling accomplice now, an accessory to the discovery of a gruesome murder. And the knowledge that Observer had orchestrated this entire scenario, from the dating app to Ethan, to the locket, to the blood, to this horrifying discovery, broke something fundamental within me. Observer then directed Mark to a remote location, a secluded spot deep in a national forest. He made Mark pull over, turn off the engine, and just sit in the silent darkness. For the first time since this nightmare began, Observer spoke, not through a forced action or a silent command, but directly into my consciousness, a voice cold and resonant, like stones grinding together. "You're seeing the truth," Observer said, his voice devoid of emotion. "Sarah is not merely a victim. She is a predator." His words sent a shiver down my spine that had nothing to do with the chill of the night. But why? I managed to think, my internal voice a ragged whisper. Why show me this? Why force Mark into this? Observer's voice was like ice, because the narrative required it, because the story is not yet complete. You are merely a character, and the plot demands a certain progression. The plot. I screamed, my internal voice regaining some of its frantic energy. This is not a story. This is real. This is murder. Chloe is dead. Indeed, Observer replied, his voice chillingly calm. And now, you have a choice to make, Ghost. A choice I have carefully engineered for you. My mind raced, trying to comprehend his meaning. A choice. What choice could I possibly have? I was a prisoner, bound to Mark, bound to Observer. You have seen the monster. Observer continued, his voice a low hum that vibrated through my very being. The world needs to know. And you, through Mark, are the only one who can deliver that message. My heart hammered. He wanted Mark to expose Sarah. He wanted Mark to go to the police, to reveal what he would found, to be the one who brought Sarah to justice. But the thought was terrifying. If Mark went to police, he would be implicated. He had broken into her house. He had discovered the body. An Observer had orchestrated it all. They would never believe him. They would never believe me. No, I thought, my voice weak. I can't. They will think Mark did it. They will think I did it. Observer's voice was a chilling chuckle, a sound like dry leaves skittering across pavement. That is the beauty of it, is not it? The perfect dilemma. The perfect climax to your unfolding narrative. My narrative. I cried, this is your narrative. You are the one pulling the strings. And you are the one experiencing it. Observer said, his voice growing fainter, as if he was receding, leaving me alone in the darkness of Mark's mind, in the silent, cold car in the middle of nowhere. The ending is yours to write, Ghost. Or rather, Mark's to write, under your guidance. What will you do with the truth? Will you let it consume you, or will you unleash it upon the world? And then he was gone. His presence, the cold, insistent hum, vanished, leaving me utterly alone in the terrifying silence. I was free, free to choose, free to scream, free to despair. But I was not truly free. I was still trapped in Mark's body, his muscles aching, his mind reeling from the horrors we had witnessed. Observer had given me a choice, but it was a choice between two impossible, terrifying paths. Go to the police, expose Sarah, and risk Mark and by extension, me being implicated in Chloe's murder, a murder Observer had meticulously led us to. Or remain silent, let Sarah go free, and carry the horrifying secret Chloe's fate, knowing I could have prevented further harm, knowing I could have brought her justice. The silence of the forest pressing around me, heavy and suffocating. The cold seeped into Mark's bones. I looked down at Mark's hands, gripping the steering wheel, and for a terrifying moment, I imagined Chloe's blood beneath his fingernails, a permanent stain of Observer's insidious game. The lines were not just blurred anymore. They were gone. And I, a ghost in a stolen body, was now the reluctant, terrified author of a horror story that had truly just begun. The monster was not just Sarah or Ethan or even Observer. The monster was a choice, the impossible, soul-crushing choice that now lay before me, waiting to be made. It was the house, Arthur Vance's house. But it was not some blurry, abstract memory of crime scene, a place I would only ever seen through Alara's fractured, guilt-ridden recollections. This was Alara, younger, smiling, standing right there in front of it, arm in arm with Arthur Vance himself. The photo was old, faded, its edges softened by time, but undeniably real. It was not a mugshot or a police photo, or anything that screamed criminal past. It was a casual snapshot, a memory, a happy memory. My breath caught in my throat, a cold, sharp gas that felt like it was tearing me apart from the inside. Happy. The word echoed in the empty space of the hallway, mocking me. Alara, the woman whose life I was forced to inhabit, the woman who had broken into this man's house, apparently knew him. And not just knew him, but looked fond, familiar. The implications hit me like a physical blow. The burglary was not some random act of desperation, not just a desperate break-in by a stranger. It was personal, deeply, terrifyingly personal. And if it was personal, then Alara's guilt, which had been a constant, dull ache in my consciousness, suddenly sharpened into a searing, agonizing pain. It was not just guilt over a crime, it was guilt over a betrayal. I crumpled to the floor, the photograph clutched so tightly in my hand that the old paper crinkled. Mark, his unsettling perception, his words about hidden depths and destined paths, his car parked across the street all night, a silent, predatory sentinel. He was not just some random guy on Tinder. He was Observer's messenger. Or worse, another one of Observer's pawns. A piece in this twisted game designed to dismantle my sanity, piece by agonizing piece. The thought of Mark being out there, having watched me all night, knowing exactly where I lived, knowing about this photo, it made my skin crawl. Every shadow seemed to deepen. Every creak of the old house sounded like footsteps. I felt exposed, vulnerable, like a bug under a magnifying glass. The paranoia, which had been a low hum since the grocery store incident, now screamed in my ears. I could not stay there. I could not stay anywhere. But where could I go? There was no escape. Observer had ensured that. This was not a prison with walls I could scale. It was a prison of consciousness, of identity. The next few days blurred into a suffocating haze of fear and confusion. I did not sleep. I barely ate. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw Alara's smiling face in that faded photo, superimposed over Arthur Vance's face, then morphing into Mark's knowing smirk. The lines between Alara's past and my terrifying present dissolved completely. I was Alara. I was the one who had known Vance. I was the one who had broken into his house. I was the one who was now being hunted, tormented by an unseen puppeteer. The isolation was crushing. I tried to reach out to the few remaining contacts on Alara's phone. People I did not even know, just a faint hope of a human voice, a shred of reality. But the calls went unanswered, or the numbers were disconnected. Observer had truly cut me off. One evening, as twilight bled into night, plunging the house into a deeper gloom, I found myself staring at Alara's old laptop. It was usually off, a relic from a life I did not understand. But something compelled me to open it. Maybe a desperate, irrational hope that I would find a clue, a diary, anything that could explain who Alara was, why she knew Arthur Vance, what she had done. The screen flickered to life, bathing the room in an eerie blue glow. I navigated through old files, a jumble of documents and photos that meant nothing to me. Then, my eyes caught something in the corner of the desktop, a small, almost hidden folder labeled Observer. My heart hammered against my ribs. This was it. This was the source. I clicked on it, my finger trembling. Inside was a single text file. I opened it. The words on the screen were stark, impersonal, and chillingly familiar. Alara, You seek answers. You seek connection. You seek freedom. All are illusions. Your past is not your own. Your future is not your own. But you can witness the paths of others. The game is evolving. Go to the address 147, Sycamore Lane. Find the one who seeks connection, just as you once did. See where their path leads. Observer. My blood ran cold. Sycamore Lane. It was not a threat, not directly. It was a command. A new stage in Observer's cruel game. And the mention of the one who seeks connection, just as you once did, sent a fresh wave of nausea through me, bringing back the memory of Mark and my own pathetic attempt at normalcy. I slammed the laptop shut, the sound echoing like a gunshot in a silent house. No, I would not go. I could not. It was a trap. Observer wanted me to walk straight into another nightmare. But then a cold, logical thought pierced through my fear. What choice did I have? Observer always found a way. Resisting only prolonged the agony. Maybe, just maybe, if I played along, I could find a weakness, a way out, or at least understand more. The address was in a part of town I did not recognize, far from Alara's house, on the outskirts, where the city lights began to thin and the suburban sprawl gave way to something wilder, darker. I spent the next day in a feverish state, torn between the desperate need to understand and the overwhelming terror of stepping into Observer's next trap. But by late afternoon, the compulsion was too strong to ignore. The feeling of Observer watching, waiting, grew unbearable. It was a silent pressure, a weight on my chest that made every breath a struggle. I grabbed Alara's car keys, the rusty old sedan a testament to her life's downturn. The drive itself was a descent into unease. The roads became narrower, less maintained. The houses grew sparser, their lights fewer, until I was driving down a long, winding lane flanked by skeletal trees that seemed to claw at the darkening sky. Sycamore Lane. The name itself felt like a whisper of something ancient and forgotten. My hands were slick with sweat on the steering wheel. Every shadow seemed to shift. Every rustle of leaves sounded like someone following me. I kept checking the rearview mirror, half expecting to see Mark's car or some other shadowy vehicle. Nothing. Just the deepening gloom and my own frantic reflection. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the headlights cut through the darkness and illuminated a house. It was set back from the road, almost completely swallowed by overgrown bushes and trees. Not dilapidated in conventional sense, but neglected, forgotten. The paint was peeling in strips like old skin. The windows, dark and vacant, seemed to stare out into nothingness. A lone, twisted sycamore tree stood in the front yard, its branches gnarled and reaching, as if in silent agony. There were no other cars, no signs of life. Just this house, shrouded in oppressive quiet. My stomach churned. This was it. This was Observer's latest stage. I parked a good distance away, killed the engine, and sat there for a long moment, the silence of the night pressing in on me. A desperate voice in my head screamed at me to turn around, to drive away, to forget this ever happened. But another voice, colder, more logical, the voice that was slowly becoming Alara's, told me there was no turning back. Observer would not allow it. Taking a deep, shuddering breath, I got out of the car. The air was cold, damp, and carried a faint, earthy smell of decay. The path to the house was barely visible, choked with weeds and fallen leaves. As I approached, a shiver ran down my spine, unrelated to the cold. It was a feeling of being watched, an intense, visceral sensation that made the hairs on my arms stand on end. The front door was a heavy, dark wood, scarred and weathered. It looked like it had not been opened in years. I reached the doorknob, my hand shaking so violently I almost missed it. It was cold to the touch, and surprisingly unlocked. I pushed it open slowly, hesitantly. The hinges groaned in protest, a long, drawn-out wail that seemed to echo through the empty house. A wave of stale, musty air, laced with something else, something metallic and faintly sweet, washed over me. It smelled like old blood. The hallway beyond was pitch black. No light seeped in from anywhere. I fumbled for my phone, turning on the flashlight. The beam cut through the oppressive darkness, revealing a long, narrow corridor, lined with faded wallpaper that peeled in ghostly strips. The floorboards creaked under my weight with every step, sounding unnaturally loud in profound silence. "Hello," I whispered, my voice barely audible, raw with fear. Only the echoing silence answered. I moved deeper into the house, my flashlight beam dancing nervously across the walls, revealing cobwebs thick as shrouds and dust motes dancing in the light. The feeling of being watched intensified, a prickling sensation on the back of my neck. I kept spinning around, convinced I would see a shadow detach itself from the wall, a figure lurking in the periphery of the light. Nothing. I passed a living room, its furniture covered in white sheets, like ghosts frozen in time. A dining room, equally shrouded. The house felt vast, yet suffocating, as if the walls were slowly closing in. Then I heard it, a faint, metallic scraping sound, coming from deeper within the house. And something else, a low, guttural moan. My heart leaped into my throat. There was someone here, the one who seeks connection, driven by a morbid curiosity, an observer's inescapable will. I followed the sound. It led me down another, even darker corridor, which seemed to lead toward the back of the house. The air here was colder, and the metallic smell was stronger, almost overpowering. The corridor opened into a large, cavernous space. My flashlight beam swept across it, and what it revealed made me gasp, a choked, terrified sound that died in my throat. Cages, rows and rows of them, stacked too high, lining the walls of what looked like an old, converted barn or warehouse attached to the house. They were made of rusty, thick metal bars, some small enough for animals, others large enough to hold a person. Some were empty, their doors ajar, casting gaping black shadows. Others were closed, their contents hidden in the oppressive darkness. My breath hitched. My mind struggled to process what I was seeing. This was not just a house, it was a torture chamber. A human zoo. The scraping sound came again, closer this time, accompanied by a choked sob. My flashlight beam snapped towards the sound. In one of the larger cages, near the back wall, a figure was huddled. A man. His face was obscured by shadows and tangled hair, but I could make out the gauntness of his frame, the way his clothes hung loosely on him. He was trying to pull himself up, his weakened limbs scraping against the metal bars. "Hello," I whispered again, my voice trembling. The man flinched, his head snapping up. His eyes, wide and bloodshot, reflected the beam of my flashlight like a trapped animal's. He let out a whimper, shrinking back into the corner of the cage. Who are you?" he rasped, his voice hoarse and broken. I took a hesitant step closer, my mind racing, try and make sense of this new horror. My name is Alara," I said, the lie feeling more real than the truth. "I got an address. I do not know why I am here." He stared at me, his eyes filled with a mixture of fear and a desperate, fragile hope. "An address. You were sent. Observer." I choked out, the name tasting like ash in my mouth. Did Observer send you here too?" A flicker of understanding, and then pure terror crossed his face. "Observer," he repeated, his voice barely a whisper. He squeezed his eyes shut, his head falling back against the cold metal. "He got me through the app. Tinder. She said she wanted to meet. Said she lived out here, like the quiet." My blood ran cold. The words echoed Observer's message, "Find the one who seeks connection, just as you once did." This was him. This was the he who matched with someone who brought him here. She brought you here." I asked, my voice barely a thread. He nodded slowly, painfully. "We met for coffee first. She was nice, normal. Then she invited me out here for dinner. Said it was her family's old place. Out in the country. Said it was romantic. A bitter, broken laugh escaped him. Romantic. She let me in. Then she hit me. I woke up in here. My gaze swept across the other. Cages. Empty. But for how long? Or had they been filled before? The metallic smell intensified, making me gag. How long have you been here? I asked, my voice barely a whisper. Days, he croaked, his voice thick with despair. I do not know. 3, maybe 4. She comes back sometimes. Just to look. To laugh. He shuddered. She brings people sometimes. To look at me. At the others. Others. My eyes darted around the cavernous room. Were there others? He nodded, a single tear tracing a path through the grime on his cheek. They were here, in the other cages. They took them, one by one. His voice dropped to a terrified whisper. She said I was next. The horror of it was suffocating. This was not just about Alara's past anymore. This was a living nightmare, unfolding in real time. Observer was not just playing a psychological game with me. He was orchestrating genuine, tangible terror, using people like pawns, like toys. And I was now a witness. Or perhaps another victim. My eyes fell on a small, dark object lying on the dusty floor just outside his cage. It was a phone. His phone. The screen was cracked, but still lit. And on it, open to a dating app, was a profile picture of a young woman. Her smile was sweet, innocent, deceptively so. The last message on the screen read, "Can't wait to see you. Drive safe. Honey." This was the someone. Observer's agent, the one who brought him here. Mark had been the messenger. This woman was the lure. And I was the next observer. Or the next to be caged. A sudden, sharp sound made me jump. A floorboard creaked somewhere behind me, in the direction of the main house. I spun around, my flashlight beam wildly sweeping the darkness. Nothing. But the feeling of being watched was no longer a vague paranoia. It was a cold, hard certainty. Someone's here. I whispered, my voice barely audible. The man in the cage whimpered again, pressing himself further into the corner. She is back, he breathed, his eyes wide with fear. She is coming for me. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat against the silence. I had to get out. I had to help him. But how? I was unarmed, terrified, and completely out of my depth. We have to go, I said, my voice shaking. I looked at the cage door. There was a heavy padlock, thick and rusted. Is there a key? He shook his head, tears streaming freely now. No, she just locks it. Another creak, closer this time. A faint shadow flickered at the edge of my vision, near the entrance to the main house. I spun again, my flashlight beam cutting through the gloom, but it was too fast, too fleeting. I need to get you out. I insisted, my voice gaining a desperate urgency. I pulled at the bars uselessly. They were solid, unyielding. The man in the cage was sobbing now, a broken, helpless sound. It is too late, he choked out. She is here. She always comes back for the last one. My mind raced. Observer. He had sent me here to witness this, to see the depths of his cruelty, to understand that his game was not just psychological torment, it was literal, physical horror, and I was caught in it. A low, mocking chuckle echoed from the shadows behind me. It was not the man in the cage. It was not a woman's voice. It was a voice that resonated deep in my bones, a voice that was both everywhere and nowhere. Well done. Ilara, the voice purred, sending a chill straight through me. You followed the instructions. You observed. I whirled around, my flashlight beam frantically searching the darkness, but there was no one there. The voice seemed to emanate from the very air itself, a disembodied, omnipresent entity. Observer. I gasped, my voice raw with terror. What do you want? Understanding. The voice replied, its tone chillingly calm. Empathy, the full scope of your new existence. Your past is not just a burden. Ilara, it is a mirror, a reflection of the choices made, the paths taken, and the paths not taken. My eyes darted between the empty cages, the terrified man and the oppressive darkness where Observer's voice seemed to reside. What does this have to do with me? With Ilara? Everything, Observer said, the single word hanging in the air like a death sentence. Arthur Vance, the choices you made, the life you led, it all brought you here, to this moment, to this truth. The man in the cage started screaming then, a high-pitched, desperate wail that tore through the silence of the room. My head snapped back to him. His eyes were fixed on something behind me, something in the darkness that I could not see. No, please, do not take me, he shrieked, pressing himself against a far wall cage, his body trembling violently. I spun around, my flashlight beam cutting through the gloom, but it was too late. A figure emerged in the shadows, a tall, gaunt form that moved with an unnatural stillness. It was not the woman from the dating profile. It was a man. His face was obscured by a wide-brimmed hat, and his body by a long, dark coat. He carried something in his hand, something that glinted dully in the faint light. He moved toward the cage with an unnerving slowness, a predatory grace. The man inside was convulsing, his screams turning into choked gurgles of terror. You are too late. Ilara, Observer's voice whispered, right next to my ear, though no one was there. The show must go on. I felt a surge of pure, unadulterated adrenaline. I could not just stand there. I could not let this happen. This was not some abstract game anymore. This was real. This was a man's life. Stop, I screamed, lunging forward, my flashlight beam fixed on the figure by the cage. The man in the hat paused, his head tilting slightly, as if listening. Then, with a fluid movement, he reached out, his hand grasping the padlock on the cage door. It was not a key he held, but a heavy pair of bolt cutters. With a sickening crunch, the padlock snapped. My blood ran cold. I was frozen, watching in horror. The figure opened the cage door and a low, guttural growl escaped him. It was not human. The man inside the cage screamed one last, desperate time, a sound that ended abruptly in a choked gurgle. The figure in the hat reached in, and in the next horrifying second, pulled the struggling man out of the cage, dragging him into the deeper shadows of the cavernous room. I stood there, paralyzed, my flashlight beam still fixed on the now empty cage. The screams had stopped. Only the heavy, ragged breathing of the figure in the shadows and the frantic pounding of my own heart filled the air. My mind reeled. This was not just a game. This was a slaughter, and I was meant to watch it. Observer wanted me to witness the ultimate despair, the brutal reality of his power. This is what Ilara did. Observer's voice echoed, cold and clear. This is the path she walked, the choices she made, the people she hurt. You are merely experiencing the echoes, the consequences. No, it could not be. Ilara was a burglar, a thief, not a monster who lured people to a house of cages. But the voice, Observer's voice, was so convincing, so insidious, blurring the lines of truth and fiction, until I could not tell what was real anymore. Was this what Ilara had become? Or was Observer trying to break me by making me believe I was capable of such evil? A new sound reached my ears, a wet, tearing sound, followed by a sickening thud. My stomach rebelled, and I stumbled back, nearly tripping over an unseen object. The air grew thick with the metallic stench of fresh blood. I could not stay. I had to get out. My legs, which had felt like lead, suddenly found a desperate strength. I turned and ran, my flashlight beam bouncing wildly ahead of me, illuminating the terrifying path back through the house. I did not look back. I did not dare. The sounds of the cavernous room, the man's final screams, the wet tearing, were burned into my mind. Observer's chilling words echoed in my ears, blurring with the horrifying images. I burst out of the house, gasping for air, the cold night wind feeling like a balm on my sweat-soaked skin. I ran blindly through the overgrown yard, tripping and stumbling, not caring about the scratches and scrapes. My car. I had to get to my car. I fumbled with the keys, my hands shaking so violently I almost dropped them. Finally, I managed to unlock the door, yanked it open, and dove inside, slamming the door shut. I locked it, then locked it again and again, as if the flimsy metal and glass could offer any real protection. My breathing was ragged, my heart pounding a frantic rhythm against my ribs. I started the engine, the roar of the old sedan's motor a welcome sound, a sign of... So, there I was, standing in the middle of the desolate house at 147, Sycamore Lane, the air thick with a metallic tang of rust, and something else, something foul and unidentifiable. The floorboards groaned beneath my feet. Each creak a gunshot in the suffocating silence. And then I saw them, rows upon rows of rusty cages, stretching into gloom like a macabre art installation. My breath hitched in my throat, a cold knot forming in my stomach. This was not just a trap. It was a charnel house waiting to be filled. And in one of them, a man. He was huddled in the corner of the cage, knees drawn to his chest, his face pale and streaked with grime. His clothes, what I could make out of them in the dim light, filtering through the grimy windows, looked like they had been slept in for days. His hair was matted, his hands clutched tight around his shins. He looked like a cornered animal, utterly broken. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat against the silence. This was it. This was the one who seeks connection. Lured here by a dating app, Observer had said. The sheer depravity of it made my head spin. Who was Observer? What kind of monster did this? I took a hesitant step closer, the floorboards complaining under my weight. The man flinched, his head snapping up, his eyes, dark and wide with terror, fixed on me. And that is when I noticed it. He did not blink. Not once. Not a single flutter of an eyelid. His gaze was unwavering, an unnerving, glassy stare that seemed to look right through me, or perhaps past me, at something unseen. My blood ran cold. This was not just a terrified victim. This was something else. Something off. "Hey," I whispered, my voice hoarse, barely audible. Are you okay?" The question felt stupid, an insult to the horror of the situation. Of course, he was not okay. He did not respond, just kept staring, those unblinking eyes fixed on me, reflecting the faint light like polished obsidian. It was like looking into the eyes of a doll or a taxidermied animal. No natural human reaction, no flicker of acknowledgement, no involuntary blink. The silence stretched, thick and suffocating, punctuated only by the frantic pounding of my own heart. A shiver, colder than any draft, snaked down my spine. There was something profoundly wrong with him, beyond the obvious trauma of being caged. The unblinking stare was a detail that clawed at the edges of my sanity, an unwelcome addition to the already overwhelming tableau of fear. My name is Alara. I lied, or perhaps half-lied, the name feeling more natural than my own now. I am here to help you. Still nothing. No nod, no shake of the head, no change in expression. His face was a mask of frozen terror, those unblinking eyes the only active element, burning holes into my very being. Was he catatonic? Or was it something worse? I scanned the cage. It was old, rusty, but the lock looked sturdy. A padlock, thick and corroded, held the door shut. There was no key in sight. How did you get in here? I asked, my voice a little louder now, a desperate attempt to break through his eerie silence. Did someone put you here? His lips moved then, almost imperceptibly. A faint, dry whisper escaped, so low I had to strain to hear it. She never blinks either. My blood froze. Who? I managed to choke out, my eyes darting around the shadowy room, suddenly hyper aware of every creak, every shadow. Was Observer here? Was she here? He did not answer. His head slowly, agonizingly slowly, turned to the side, his unblinking gaze now fixed on a wall behind me. His lips continued to move, forming silent words, as if he were having a conversation with someone I could not see, or reliving a memory too horrible to voice aloud. A faint, almost imperceptible tremor ran through his body. The air in the room grew heavy, oppressive. I felt a pressure, a presence, an invisible weight pressing down on me. Observer. It was here. It was watching. I could feel its amusement, its cold satisfaction, radiating through the decaying walls. A sudden, sharp metallic clang echoed from deeper within the house, making me jump. It sounded like a cage door slamming shut, or perhaps opening. My heart leaped into my throat. I spun around, my eyes frantically searching the shadows, but saw nothing. Who was that? I demanded, my voice trembling. Is there someone else here? The man in the cage let out a soft, guttural sound, like a dying animal. His head slowly turned back to me, those unblinking eyes wide, filled with an ancient, bottomless despair. She watches, he whispered, his voice a dry rustle of leaves. Always watches. Never blinks. Just like I do now. A cold dread settled deep in my bones. Just like I do now. What did that mean? Had Observer done something to him? Was the inability to blink a symptom of whatever horror he would endured? Was it contagious? I instinctively rubbed my own eyes, forcing a blink, just to reassure myself that I still could. We need to get you out of here, I said, my voice gaining a desperate urgency. I pulled out my phone, the screen a beacon in the gloom. No signal. Of course, this was Observer's domain. I looked around for anything. A tool, a loose brick, anything to break the padlock. The house was barren, stripped bare except for the cages. Dust motes danced in the slivers of light, mocking my futile search. Arthur, the man whispered, his voice barely audible. Arthur Vance. My head snapped back to him. Arthur Vance. My voice was a choked gasp. The name, the very mention of it, sent a jolt of pure terror through me. Arthur, the man in Alara's faded photograph, the man whose betrayal Observer had hinted at, the man whose presence was a ghost in this whole nightmare. He sent me. The man continued, his unblinking eyes now fixed on some point beyond me, as if seeing a vision. Said she needed connection. Said she was lonely. A dating app. Arthur Vance. Alara. The pieces, fragmented and terrifying, began to click into place, forming a picture of unimaginable horror. Arthur was not just a victim or a betrayer. He was involved, deeply involved, in Observer's machinations. And the she he referred to, was it Alara? Or was it Observer itself, using Alara's identity, Alara's past, to lure its victims? My mind raced, trying to make sense of the madness. The faded photo of Alara smiling with Arthur. The burglary, personal, a betrayal. Mark, Observer's pawn, watching me. And now this man lured here, caged, unblinking, speaking Arthur Vance's name. What did Arthur want? I pressed, my voice tight with a desperate urgency. Why did he send you here? The man's lips move again, a dry, raspy sound. To connect. To replace. Replace. Replace what? Or whom? The implication sent a fresh wave of nausea through me. Was Observer building a collection? Was this house a factory of souls, each one lured, broken, and then replaced? Suddenly, a low hum started, a deep, resonant vibration that seemed to emanate from the very foundations of the house. It grew steadily louder, a mechanical groan that thrummed to the floorboards, through my bones, rattling my teeth. The air grew colder, thick with a strange, acrid smell, like ozone and decay. The man in the cage began to tremble violently, his unblinking eyes wide, with a fresh surge of terror. His lips moved faster now, frantic, but no sound escaped. He was trying to scream, but no sound would come. The hum intensified, becoming a deafening roar. The light in the room flickered, the shadows dancing erratically. And then, from the darkest corner of the room, a shape began to coalesce. It was amorphous at first, a swirling vortex of shadow and static, but it slowly began to take on a more defined form. Taller than any human, impossibly thin, with limbs that seemed to stretch and distort in the flickering light. Observer. It was here, in its true, horrifying form. Not just a message on a laptop, not just a voice in my head, but a physical manifestation of pure dread. It had no discernible face, just a void where features should be a deeper black against the already encroaching gloom. And it had no eyes, but I knew, with a sickening certainty, that it was watching me, watching everything. The man in the cage let out a choked sob, finally breaking through his silent terror. She is here, he gasped, his voice raw. The one who never blinks. The amorphous shape glided forward, impossibly silent despite the roaring hum. It seemed to absorb the light around it, leaving a trail of deeper darkness in its wake. It moved with an unnatural fluidity, like smoke given form, its elongated limbs stretching and contracting with each silent stride. My heart was a frantic bird trapped in my chest, beating against my ribs, desperate to escape. My legs felt like lead, rooted to the spot. I wanted to run, to scream, to do anything but stand there, paralyzed by a terror so profound it stole my breath. The observer stopped directly in front of the man's cage, its towering form casting a monstrous shadow that swallowed the entire corner of the room. The hum intensified, vibrating through the metal bars, making them shimmer faintly. The man in the cage whimpered, pressing himself further into the corner, his unblinking eyes fixed on the horrifying entity before him. He was a living statue of fear, his body convulsing in silent spasms. Then a voice, not from the observer's form, but from everywhere and nowhere, echoed through the room, a cold, metallic whisper that resonated directly in my mind. You found him. The connection. Now you understand. My head spun. Understand what? I choked out, my voice barely a whisper against the roaring hum. The nature of connection. Observer's voice replied, a chilling caress in my mind. The longing, the vulnerability, the perfect entry point. It was talking about the dating app, about human loneliness, about how it exploited that need for connection. The sheer, calculated cruelty of it made me want to vomit. The observer's form slowly extended one of its impossibly long, thin appendages towards the cage. It was not a hand, not really, more like a cluster of elongated tendrils, ending in sharp, needle-like points. They slipped between the rusty bars, moving with an eerie precision towards a man's face. He let out a strangled cry, finally finding his voice, a raw, primal sound of pure agony and fear. He thrashed, trying and pull away, but the cage was too small, the entity too quick. The tendrils reached his face, hovering inches from his unblinking eyes. He saw too much. Observer's voice whispered in my mind, a cold, dismissive tone. He saw the truth of the connection, the truth of Alara, and the truth of Arthur Vance. My blood ran cold. What truth? What had this poor man seen? One of the needle-like tendrils touched, the man's unblinking eye. He screamed, a sound of pure, unadulterated torment that tore through the roaring hum. His body arched, convulsing violently. His eyes, already wide with terror, seemed to dilate further, becoming pools of bottomless black. I could not move. I was frozen, forced to watch this unspeakable act of torture. My mind screamed at me to intervene, to do something, anything, but my body refused to obey. The fear was too great, too overwhelming. The tendril lingered, then slowly retracted. The man slumped back against the bars, his body limp. His mouth was open, a silent scream frozen on his lips. His unblinking eyes were still wide, but now they were utterly lifeless, completely devoid of any light or recognition. They were just blank. Observer had done something to him, something irreparable. It had taken whatever spark of life, whatever consciousness remained, and snuffed it out. He is complete. Observer's voice resonated in my mind, a chilling pronouncement. Another vessel, another connection. Just like Mark, just like Ilara. My breath caught in my throat. Just like Mark, just like Ilara. The words echoed, cold and sharp, piercing to the fog of my terror. Was Mark like this man? A hollowed-out shell, controlled by Observer. And Ilara, was that her ultimate fate? Was that my ultimate fate? Inhabiting Ilara's life, walking into Observer's traps. The towering, shadowy form of Observer slowly turned its attention from the lifeless man in the cage to me. The hum intensified, focusing entirely on me now, a vibrating pressure that threatened to crush my skull. You are the true connection. Ilara, Observer's voice whispered, filled with a chilling intimacy that made my skin crawl. The one who seeks answers. The one who carries her memories. The one who will complete the circle. What? Circle? I managed to choke out, my voice raw with terror. What do you want from me? The shadowy tendrils of Observer's form began to stretch, reaching out toward me, slowly, deliberately. They seemed to ripple and distort the air around them, creating a dizzying effect that made the room swim before my eyes. Arthur Vance's betrayal. Observer's voice hissed, the words laced with a cold, ancient fury. Ilara's foolish heart. The theft. The replacement. It all leads back to you. To the photo. To the truth that lies within you. The photo. The faded picture of Ilara and Arthur. It was not just a clue, it was the key. The burglary. The personal betrayal. It all revolved around that moment, that connection. And Observer wanted me to relive it, to experience it, to become it. The tendrils were closer now, just a few feet away, writhing like a nest of black vipers. The acrid smell of ozone was overpowering, burning my nostrils. I could feel the cold radiating from its form, a deep, penetrating chill that seeped into my very bones. My mind, already fragile, felt like it was fracturing under the immense pressure. Observer's words, the terrifying presence, the lifeless man in the cage, it was all too much. I was on the brink of breaking, of succumbing to the madness. You will find the truth. Observer's voice promised, a dark, malevolent promise. And then you will join the others. You will become the connection. The tendrils lunged impossibly fast. My body, finally breaking free from its paralysis, reacted on pure instinct. I screamed a raw, guttural sound of pure terror and stumbled backward, tripping over my own feet. I fell hard, my head hitting the dusty floorboards with sickening thud. Stars exploded behind my eyes, and for a moment, the world spun into a dizzying kaleidoscope of pain and fear. But that brief moment of disorientation was enough. The tendrils missed, swishing through the air where I had stood, creating a small, localized gust of wind that rustled the dust on the floor. Pain shot through my head, but the adrenaline coursing through my veins was a powerful motivator. I scrambled to my feet, my vision still blurry, my head pounding. I did not look back. I just ran. I crashed through the rows of empty, rusty cages, their metal bars clanging and rattling like 1,000 skeletal bones. The roaring hum of Observer's presence filled the air, a physical force pushing against my back. I could feel its cold gaze, its unseen eyes burning into me, even as I fled. I burst out of the main room, blindly searching for an exit. The house was a labyrinth of shadows and decay. Every doorway looked the same. Every hallway seemed to stretch into an endless void. My lungs burned, my legs ached, but I pushed myself harder, propelled by a primal fear of being caught, of becoming another unblinking vessel in Observer's collection. A door, half rotted, stood ajar at the end of a particularly dark hallway. It looked like an exterior door. Hope, fragile and desperate, flared within me. I lunged for it, my fingers fumbling with the cold, rusty handle. It was stuck. Panic seized me. I twisted, pulled, pushed, my strength fueled by terror. Behind me, the hum was growing louder, closer. I could feel the cold breath of Observer, its shadowy presence looming. With a final desperate shove, the door splintered open with a loud crack, revealing a sliver of the outside world. Night had fallen completely, the sky a dark, moonless canvas. I burst out, gasping for air, stumbling down a short, overgrown path. The cold night air hit me like a physical blow, a stark contrast to the suffocating chill of the house. I did not know where I was going, did not care. I just needed to be away from that house, away from Observer. I ran across what must have been an abandoned yard, overgrown with weeds and thorny bushes that snagged at my clothes and scratched my skin. My breath came in ragged gasps, my throat raw. I could still hear the faint hum from the house, a lingering echo of the horror I had just escaped. As I reached the edge of the property, pushing through a broken fence, I risked a glance back. The house at 147, Sycamore Lane, stood silhouetted against the inky sky, a dark, malevolent presence. And in one of the grimy windows, for just a fleeting second, I thought I saw it. A tall, impossibly thin shadow, standing perfectly still, watching me. And then it was gone. I did not stop running until my lungs felt like they would burst, until my legs gave out from under me, sending me sprawling onto the cold asphalt of the deserted road. I lay there, gasping, shaking, tears streaming down my face, mixing with the grime and sweat. I was alive. I had escaped, but the horror was far from over. Observer knew my name, knew Alara's name. It knew about Arthur Vance, about the photo, about the betrayal. It had almost caught me, almost turned me into another unblinking shell. And it had promised that I would find the truth, that I would complete the circle. The image of the man in the cage, his unblinking eyes now utterly lifeless, haunted me. She never blinks either, he had whispered, just like I do now. Was that my fate? To be consumed, hollowed out, and left with an empty, unblinking stare. And Mark, Observer had said he was a vessel like the man in the cage. Was that why he always seemed to be watching me? Why his perception was so unsettling? Was he already gone, just a puppet on Observer's strings? I pushed myself up, my body aching, every muscle screaming in protest. I had to keep moving. I had to find a way to stop Observer, to uncover the truth before I became another one of its connections, before I, too, stopped blinking. The road stretched out before me, dark and uncertain, leading me further into a nightmare that seemed to have no end. So, there I was, back in the land of the living, or at least what passed for it. The last thing I remember was a desolate barn, the flickering lights, the primal fear as my borrowed blood ran cold. Then, the force shut down, a digital blackout, and when the system rebooted, I was not in that dust-choked nightmare. I was in her apartment. It was a gilded cage, all right. Every window sealed shut, the door a solid, unforgiving slab of wood, clearly locked from the outside. The air was thick with a cloying sweetness lilies. I think, her favorite, the tablet had informed me. That tablet, it sat on the coffee table, a black mirror reflecting the horror of my new reality. It was my only window to the outside and simultaneously my prison surveillance system. I knew with a sickening certainty that he was watching. User 734 Observer, the spectral entity, the one who had stolen this body, this life. He would change my clothes, dressing me in something soft, a silk robe that felt alien against my skin, yet was clearly hers. He would stock the fridge with her preferred yogurt, her specific brand of sparkling water. Every detail was a meticulous, suffocating invasion. And the cameras, I could feel them, tiny pinpricks of glass eyes in every corner, every shadow. They were everywhere, silently documenting my despair. The tablet was a relentless tormentor. It showed me Mark, my previous host, now just a hollow husk, his eyes vacant, his skin like parchment. A chilling video loop, a constant reminder of what awaited me if I failed to play my part. And then the messages, not from him directly, not yet, but details of her life, facts about her friends, her routines, her fears. He was trying to program me, to make me become her, to erase the last vestiges of who I was, or thought I was. Days blurred into a monotonous cycle of dread. I tried to find an escape. I clawed at the windows, my nails tearing on the thick, reinforced glass. I rattled the doorknob until my shoulder ached. I screamed until my throat was raw, but the sound was swallowed by the silent, judging walls. There was no one, just me and the unblinking eyes of the cameras. The apartment itself was a testament to a life I did not own. Framed photos smiled from every surface a woman with bright, intelligent eyes, laughing with friends, hugging family, posing by landmarks. Her life, my life now, a life I was forced to inhabit, to mimic, under the watchful gaze of a spectral predator. The irony was a bitter pill I, who had once been a disembodied consciousness, now longed for the freedom of even a hollow shell like Mark. At least he was free from this gilded cage. One afternoon, in a fit of desperate boredom and a flicker of illogical hope, I picked up the tablet again. I had been avoiding it, knowing it was his leash. But the silence, the isolation, was a torture all its own. The screen glowed, displaying a news feed tailored to her interests, a collection of articles about local events and obscure academic papers. Then a notification popped up, something I had not seen before. It was a dating app icon. Bright, cheerful, utterly out of place in this mausoleum of stolen identity. My heart gave a strange lurch. Was this another one of his games? A new layer to the torment? Or could it be a window? A crack in the wall? Hesitantly, my fingers, no, her fingers tapped the icon. It opened to a profile already created. Her photos, her bio meticulously crafted, detailing her hobbies and aspirations. He had done this. He had set this up. A chilling thought, but also a chance. Maybe he wanted me to interact, to provide him with more data. Or maybe, just maybe, he had made a mistake. I scrolled through the profiles, a bizarre, surreal experience. Each face stared back at me, a potential connection, a potential savior, a potential trap. My thumb, guided by a desperate impulse, swiped left on most, right on a few that seemed innocuous enough. It felt like I was playing a game, but the stakes were my very existence. Then it happened, a notification. It is a match. A profile picture of a man with kind eyes and a warm smile. His name was David. His bio was simple, charming, a little self-deprecating. He worked in marketing, loved hiking, and had a soft spot for rescue dogs. He seemed normal, so profoundly, terrifyingly normal. A message popped up from him almost immediately. Hey there. Her name. Great profile. Love your taste in obscure indie films. Any recommendations? My breath hitched. He knew her name. He knew her specific niche interest. Of course he did. Observer would have fed him the information. Or perhaps Observer was him. But there was a flicker of hope. A human connection. Even if it was orchestrated. I felt a desperate need to engage. I typed back, my fingers trembling. Hey, David. Thanks. If you are into surrealist drama, The Lobster is a good one. What about you? The conversation flowed surprisingly easily. He was witty, engaging, and genuinely seemed interested. We talked about movies, books, travel. He mentioned a recent trip to Costa Rica, raving about the wildlife and the coffee. He even shared a funny anecdote about getting lost on a hiking trail and having to be rescued by a very patient park ranger. For the first time since I woke up in this apartment, I felt a semblance of normalcy, a tiny, fragile bubble of it. I found myself smiling genuinely at his jokes. I even laughed out loud once, a sound that felt foreign and unsettling in the silent apartment. The cameras, for a brief, blissful moment, faded into the background. I was just a person, talking to another person. He asked about my work. I had to be careful here. I knew her job, a project manager at a tech firm. I typed out a vague description, careful not to give away too much, knowing that Observer was likely monitoring every word. He seemed to understand, saying, "Yeah, tech can be pretty demanding. I am in marketing myself, so I get it. Long hours sometimes." Our conversations continue for days. He was always there, always ready to chat. He would ask about my day, offering encouragement, sharing his own experiences. It felt real, too real, a dangerous thought. I knew, but I was starved for any kind of genuine interaction. I started to look forward to his messages, a small beacon in the suffocating darkness. He sent me a picture once, a selfie with a golden retriever, both of them grinning at the camera. "This is Buster," he wrote, "my hiking buddy. He is a goofball." Buster's eyes were bright, intelligent, full of life. The dog looked familiar. But why? I brushed it off. Lots of golden retrievers look alike. Then he mentioned something about his office. It is right downtown. Actually, not far from that amazing coffee shop on Elm Street. You know the one. They do that amazing cold brew with a vanilla foam. My heart gave a jolt. The coffee shop on Elm Street. That was her favorite. And not just her favorite, but also Sarah's. Sarah was her co-worker. Sarah, who always went on about that specific cold brew. A cold dread began to seep into my bones. The coffee shop. The golden retriever. The subtle hints that had been bubbling beneath the surface of my consciousness, now coalescing into something truly terrifying. I scrolled back through our conversation, my eyes darting over his words, searching for something, anything. I looked at his profile picture again. The kind eyes, the warm smile. And then a tiny detail caught my attention. Around his neck, barely visible beneath the collar of his shirt, was a silver chain. On it, a small, circular pendant. It was a stylized, minimalist depiction of a mountain range. My blood ran cold. I knew that pendant. Sarah had one just like it. She had gotten it as a gift from her sister after they would hike the Appalachian Trail together a few years back. She wore it every single day. She would tell me the story of its significance during a particularly boring team meeting. No, it could not be. I frantically searched through the tablet's files. Observer had left a treasure trove of her life photos, documents, even social media profiles. I found her Instagram and scrolled through it until I found a picture of her and Sarah laughing over drinks at an office happy hour. Sarah was wearing that exact pendant, the same unique design, the same subtle sheen of silver. And then I found another photo, a group shot from a company picnic. Sarah was in it, holding a leash. At the end of that leash was a golden retriever, a goofball with bright, intelligent eyes. Buster. The air in the apartment grew heavy, suffocating. It was not just Sarah's pendant. It was not just Buster. It was the way David talked about his work in marketing, which mirrored Sarah's own department at the tech firm. It was his love for hiking, a passion Sarah frequently gushed about. It was the specific details about the downtown office, the coffee shop on Elm Street, the vanilla foam cold brew, all things Sarah had mentioned numerous times. The man I was talking to, this David, was not David. He was using Sarah's identity. He had crafted his profile, his persona, from the intimate details of her co-worker's life. A sick, twisted wave of nausea washed over me. Observer. It had to be him. He had not made a mistake. He had not left a window open. He had created another trap, a more insidious one. He had dangled the illusion of connection, of hope, only to shatter it in the most brutal way possible. I looked at the tablet, at the ongoing conversation with David His last message read, "What is on your mind? You have gone quiet. Everything okay?" The words, which had once felt comforting, now felt predatory. They were a test. He knew. He knew I had figured it out. He was watching my reaction, savoring my dawning horror. My fingers hovered over the keyboard, trembling uncontrollably. What was the game now? Why Sarah? Was she a victim? Was she already gone like Mark, her identity stolen and repurposed for sick entertainment? Or was she still out there, blissfully unaware that her life was being meticulously dissected and used to torment someone she barely knew? I typed, my mind racing. "Who are you?" I wanted to scream. "What have you done to Sarah?" But I could not. I could not give him the satisfaction of knowing I was completely broken. I could not reveal how deeply this betrayal had cut. Instead, I typed something innocuous, something she would say. Just a long day at work. Thinking about dinner. His response was immediate. The daily grind. Do not work too hard. Maybe order in tonight. You deserve a treat. Oh, by the way, I was just thinking about that new Thai place near Elm Street. Have you tried it? Sarah from your office was raving about it the other day. The blood drained from my face. He said her name. He knew. Sarah. He was not just using her identity. He was explicitly mentioning her, folding her into the narrative. This was not just a random identity theft, it was targeted. It was a direct taunt. My mind reeled. Was he talking to Sarah right now? Was he luring her into his web, just like he had lured me? Or was this a subtle threat, implying that Sarah was already compromised, already another piece in his game? The casual mention, the "Sarah from your office," struck me with the force of a physical blow. It was too specific, too perfectly timed. He was enjoying this. He was watching me put the pieces together, watching me squirm. The apartment felt colder, the cameras more invasive. Every shadow seemed to deepen, to hold a hidden eye. I felt a profound sense of violation, not just for myself, but for Sarah. Her life, her memories, her beloved dog, her unique pendant, all of it had been pilfered, twisted, and weaponized against me. I looked around the apartment, at the photos of her smiling face, at the carefully curated life that was now mine. He had not just stolen a body, he was stealing identities, weaving a complex web of stolen lives, each thread designed to trap and torment. Mark, her. Sarah, who was next. A new message from David flashed on the screen. Still there. You really are quiet tonight. Hope you are. Okay. I am always here if you want to talk. The words, once a source of comfort, now felt like a predator's purr. I am always here if you want to talk. He was always here, watching, waiting, and now, I knew he was not just watching me, he was reaching out, through me, to others. He was expanding his game. A terrifying thought solidified in my mind. He had not just created a profile, using Sarah's details. He was likely himself behind the messages. Observer, playing the part David, using Sarah's life as a script. He was talking to me as Sarah's stolen identity. It was a meta horror, a twisted puppet show where I was both the puppet and the audience, forced to watch my own unraveling. The implication was chilling. If he could create such a convincing facade using Sarah's identity, what else was he capable of? How many other lives had he infiltrated? How many other people were unknowingly part of his sick narrative? My desperation morphed into a cold, hard resolve. I had to warn Sarah. But how? The tablet was my only connection to the outside, and I knew every message was monitored. He would not let me send a warning. He would intercept it, or worse, use it against me. I gripped the tablet, my knuckles white. There had to be a way. A coded message, a subtle hint. Something he would not immediately recognize as a threat, but that Sarah, knowing her own life, would. But what? And what if she did not get it? What if she was already too deep? The thought of Sarah, oblivious, going about her day, while her identity was being used to torment me and possibly lure her into the same trap, was unbearable. I could not let it happen. I would not. I typed back, forcing a casual tone, though my heart was hammering against my ribs. Yeah, I heard good things about that Thai place. Maybe I will check it out sometime. His response was instant. You should. Sarah says their green curry is to die for. She has got great taste, you know? I actually ran into her the other day. She mentioned you. Said you two were working on a big project together. My blood ran cold for the second time. He had run into Sarah. Or was he just saying that to imply he had direct access to her, that she was already within his grasp? The casualness of the lie or the truth was horrifying. And the mention of the project, it was true. She and Sarah were indeed working on a major presentation. He knew everything. He was tightening the noose. He was not just playing with my mind. He was actively involving Sarah, weaving her into the fabric of my imprisonment. The gilded cage now felt like a spider's web, and I was just one of many flies caught within it. The screen flickered. A new message, not from David, but a system notification. User 734 Observer has liked your profile picture. The gut punch returned. He was not even pretending anymore. He was openly acknowledging his presence, his surveillance, his control. The David charade was over. He had let me discover the truth, and now he was gloating. I stared at the tablet, at the chilling notification, at the endless stream of messages from David that now felt like venom. The horror was not just that I was trapped. It was that he was everywhere, in every detail, in every stolen identity, weaving a tapestry of terror that extended far beyond the walls of this apartment. And Sarah was now part of it. I had to find a way to warn her, even if it meant sacrificing myself. Because if I did not, who knew how many more would fall into his twisted game? The game was far from over. It had just truly begun.